Boom. Hey, folks, how's everyone doing? I hope everyone is having a wonderful Monday. Um, to the extent that it is possible to have a wonderful Monday, because that's not really what Mondays are for. Mondays are for misery. But today we are going to be catching up a little bit on our recaps because on Friday they did not do on Friday we were not able to, and so now um they we have to catch up. But thankfully, today was a day of the court handling other court business, and that means that they did a lot of discussion outside of our hearing. Now, I suspect that there may have been like motions to dismiss and similar things because one of the things that happened on Friday was that we have learned that, in fact, there were new undisclosed details. And so now they're back. But here's the other thing we get out of this one, which is that this is a really interesting day because previously we've gotten to see Nico's cross-examination strength with what I'd call friendly cross-examinations, or at least gentle cross-examinations. Whereas now we start to see him bare his fangs a little bit. He starts to show his teeth, and it's very much deserved. And I think this is actually a really good example of, I usually say, start off your cross-examination gently, and then you can always go hot later. But usually what you have to do is you have to earn it with the jury first. And the way you earn it with the jury first is you do this by basically getting the jury to, this guy is a weasel, before you start attacking him. Usually what you want, in a cross-examination is, if you're going to go hard at the witness, you want the jury to be like, why aren't you hitting this guy, before you start hitting the guy? Metaphorically, of course, because you're not allowed to like literally hit him, even if you might, feel tempted. So we're gonna see Friday's testimony, and some of it we're gonna skip by basically in a heartbeat, and some of it we're going to the cross-examination, we are going to watch basically the entire thing. And when I say basically the entire thing, I mean we're going to watch the entire thing, because the cross-examination is so good, and this witness is so critical and so evasive and so weaselly and so all of those things, that it is really this is one to watch. Oop, and I'm also just going to do this. My VPN, so hopefully it's not going to hopefully it's not going to blink or lag or whatever else. But let's turn up the audio for the court, because the court audio is always super bad. So I've got that at 378%. Baby Gator, thanks for kicking us off with 10 gifted memberships. I see also PJ Wolfweimers, this community rocks. You're not wrong. And I've been looking forward to this all weekend. Me too. I wasn't able to stream on the weekend. I thought about it. I tried, but wasn't able to make it happen. So we're going to jump in here. Now, the first thing we're going to cover is not the weasel witness, because I'm sure you all forgot there was another witness before that, and we're going to talk about them real briefly. Real briefly. In fact, if you blink it, you might just miss it. And so we're gonna talk about this guy. So here we go. We're gonna do that, and here we go. There we go.
out there at Rob's school, did it create a product?
All right. Whoop. We're going to. So this guy is what the court day starts with. Now, this guy comes up, and this guy's entire purpose is that he operates a 3D scanner. And so he's the guy who generates the 3D scanned model that the next witness uses. So the entire reason why this guy comes up is because basically they just want to say, you generated the 3D scan, right? Yeah. Okay. And, now the defense cross-examines him kind of briefly. I mean, there isn't a whole lot to him. They're like, well, how did you know where the casings were? Well, we used the little, the things that the police put down. Okay, so if the police put the thing down like a foot away or whatever else, then, that would be wrong, right? Yeah. Okay, and you didn't cover for the fact that these casings eject, right? No, we didn't. Okay, so now we've covered his direct, we've covered his cross. He is there solely, basically, to establish this thing as a thing. Now we're going to jump to our second witness, and there's only 2 witnesses of the day. And I'm just going to note, I have already poured myself a drink. I've made myself an old fashioned. It's a bit of a knockoff old fashioned because I couldn't find any orange to get orange peel off of, so I don't have that lovely citrus element to it. But I mean, if you're drinking, this is a drinking witness. So just saying. Okay. So we're going to jump, and we're not going to jump to the start of his, we're going to jump to about here. All right. So this is Nick Hill of the Texas Rangers. Now, Nick Hill of the Texas Rangers is going to come off as a complete jackhole. And I mean, I want to be fair to him when I say jackhole, but jackhole. So let's dive right in. I think I've got this. Okay, we're gonna put it at 1.25, so not too fast, but not one speed. And yeah.
1058, 1059, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, and 67. They're back. Can I give you the pointer again? Thank you. Would you explain what 1057 is?
This is another Google Earth overview of the Robb Elementary campus as well as the surrounding streets.
And if you will, is it your understanding that this gunman started at 522 DS Street?
It's 552 DS Street.
552?
Yes.
Thank you. Would you show the jury where that is? And the truck that you searched on that second day, where did you do that search? So would you show the path then from DS Street to that ditch? And would you show the funeral home? And is that where you recovered the
Okay, so he starts off with Google Maps and basically shows us that the guy shoots his grandmother at 552 Diaz. He makes it down basically no streets before he crashes into a ditch because the killer in this was a complete moron. But, that's kind of what we're looking at there. We're going to jump ahead to hereabouts. Okay. All right. So we're going to go and see his... Yeah, I'm sorry. The subtitles, I did not do the subtitles. The subtitles are via YouTube, so they're the best we got. So this is the model they've got. So let's see this.
There is a circle depicting the...
We're just going to...
Yes.
has to play exhibit? 1045. It was admitted, I believe, outside the presence of the jury, asked to be admitted from the jury.
Yeah, I've admitted it outside the presence of the jury, so subject to the objection already been overruled, you may proceed.
So the defense objected to this exhibit because they find it to be more prejudicial than probative, because it's basically this guy, this guy's, conception of it. And I think that there's going to, at some point, be a major fight in the courts about these kinds of exhibits. And the reason why I say that is because, these exhibits almost always favor the prosecution, because the prosecution have the resources to create these. The defense typically does not. And these sorts of things are basically just so stories, but they're not actually what happened. They're the opinion of the prosecution as to what happened. But because they're like a visual story, they end up being super compelling. And I think there's going to be wrongful convictions that come about in part because of these kinds of misleading things. Ooh, I called down to the hotel bar and they want $24 US for a single dirty martini. Oof. I don't like that.
Could you stop it right there for a second? And so just to orient us on this exhibit, could you show us again where the truck runs into the ditch?
So that's over here.
See this location.
And how does it explain the track that the gunman takes?
How does the animation? There is a circle depicting the shooter, and the movement of the circle is based on time distance observed from the surveillance video here. So from point to point and how long it took for the shooter on the surveillance video to go from point A to point B, the animation draws out the pace at which.
And what color is that animation in?
Red.
What?
Red.
Okay.
So what this means, of course, is that the animation is drawing this out based on sort of an average speed. And it doesn't mean that he was going average speed the entire time. He might have been running for part of it and walking for part of it and so forth. And yeah, I love a dirty martini as well. Lots of olive. Yeah.
And as the shooter enters that southwest corner and goes up the west wall, how were you able to draw the line that the shooter went?
It's going to be the general location of where the fired cartridge casings were located. We know that the shooter was going to be in between the cars and the west wall. So it's the direct path that the shooter would have taken to get from this point up to the west door.
And you're saying that this is general, not precise?
Correct.
One or two steps if you do.
Correct.
Okay. And then is there a blue line also?
Yes.
And what does the blue line represent?
The blue line represents Mr. Gonzales as he enters through the west gate and then travels to his stopping point approximately in that location.
And are there other blue vehicles that show up?
Yes.
And would you point those out?
It'll be Officer Jesus Mendoza, Juan Salcedo, and Sergeant Telesforo Coronado when they arrive in this location, and it shows where the directions from which they came and then stopping.
And does it show the timing that they get there?
It does, yes.
In relationship to both the shooter and Adrian Gonzales?
Yes.
And finally?
Randy Hill, another officer, who was originally dispatched to the crash. He arrives up in this location.
Does it show when he arrives also?
Yes.
In relationship to the gunman as well as all the other vehicles?
Yes.
And are there sounds on this animation?
Yes.
And the sounds were captured from Robb Elementary microphones?
Yes.
And is
So when the defense replays this, by the way, they are going to ask that it be replayed without the audio. And they note, and I thought that this was a really good thing. They do this later. We'll see it. But they say, can we play this without the audio? There are families here. So out of respect, let's do it without the audio. And yeah. I see Travis Williamson, Esquire. I've had Nick Hill as a witness in about 8 cases. He is their go-to guy for in-court graphics and other demonstrative exhibits, such as timelines. He does a lot with Leica total station scans. Interesting. based on his performance here, he should not be working again. And people are going, sounds on a 3D reconstruction. Yeah, they put in like sounds from 911 footage and stuff. So we're just going to go ahead and roll this. Yeah, this may be disturbing because they want it to be disturbing, because that's really their argument. That's really what the prosecution is going for here, is they want the jury to be so angry and upset that they're going to convict anybody. And so, yeah, really this one seems to be a jury nullification case. And we talk about jury nullification, and so what jury nullification is that the jury looks at a case and they're like, well, there isn't, there's, usually we think of jury nullification in the sense of like, this guy is guilty, but we're going to acquit him anyway because we like the guy. So we're going to refuse to convict. That is a thing. But the flip side of jury nullification is that if the jury can do that, then the jury can also say, well, this guy, there's no evidence against him, but we're going to convict him because F this guy. And that's the scarier aspect of jury nullification. So that seems to be what the prosecution is playing for here. And yeah. All right, let's dive back in here.
Is there any other sound?
Yes, there are, the 911 phone call from Amy Marin, the Rob Channel 2, the sounds of the shots from inside Rob Elementary, Rob Channel 4, which is going to be over in this location, the sound that microphone for that camera was able to collect, as well as body camera for Sergeant Coronado.
And why is Amy Marine's 911 call so important?
One, there was a lot of information just
because we want the jury to convict based on the sound of screaming and the sounds of gunfire and so forth. But that's not what they're going to say.
As far as what she was relaying to Uvalde Communications, but also
what was she as she was relaying that information?
Well, she had gone outside the fourth grade building with her cell phone to report the crash. And then once the shooting began, or shortly around that time, she comes back through the west door, and you can hear her 911 phone call through the 911 recording, as well as through that 911 recording, you can hear certain elements of radio traffic in the background from some of the officers because of the way.
I have no idea what's with this closed captioning, but it's so far off that it's covering like a completely different. It's like an hour out, so I'm just going to kill it. I'm sorry, but it's not useful here.
Radio traffic previously identified as coming from Adrian Gonzales.
Yes.
It's some of that.
Correct.
Yeah. Where we play it now, y'all. And if you'll just sit, I'm not going to interrupt it.
All right, proceed.
So you see the car, and then you see the car stop. And now they've added a dot for the shooter, who we're not going to name. And those random dots that you're seeing there are civilians who are showing up to respond to this crash and who then get fired at. So. So now you see him moving towards the school. Yeah, I know this is slow. I'm sorry, but we got to watch this because this is important. This is why he's here. This animation is the whole basis for him being there. That's a function of the judge allowing it or not allowing it in. We fight over animations all the time. Did the defense try and keep this out? They did. I was down there last week prepping 2 clients protect from the DA overreaching. We can see that the defense tried to keep this out. And the reason why we can see that is because the judge is like, subject to the previous objections, we're going to play this, right? The defense objected to this going in, and the prosecution won that issue. So they did try. I think it's very clear that they tried. All right, so we've just had a blue car enter the screen. You can see it at the upper left there. This moment on the video is going to be hotly debated because the defense is like, you made it look like he drove right by the guy, right? And they're going to say, well, yeah. The thing is, I think it's pretty clear that Adrian Gonzales, either if he noticed that or if he drove by, didn't realize that guy was the shooter.
Time to call us not remember to right. I have one other complaint on the line where the applicant wears black and jeans. The application was jumping over the fence into the schoolyard. Stop by, you're not on your helpful.
21.3. Make contact with the flight units that's coming behind us.
He's behind full. Get over, guys, get over, stop firing.
Stand back. We got fired. Stand back.
Units of right cover stating that now is going to be back to school.
On the west side of the school by the vehicle. We wear all black.
So now the shooter's inside. And apologies, you're going to start hearing this like actual screaming. So sorry about that, but that's in the original audio.
Give me some cover unit over here. Back room, yeah. Right there, yeah, right there. I need somebody to come into the parking lot, real quick. Guys, be careful! You might be in that building! Okay, Uvalde, they're saying that he's possibly in the building on the... Oh shit, shots fired! Get inside! Go, go, go!
Laying on D Street. One female shot in the head.
Shots fired inside the building, Uvalde!
Which building?
Now you see them all bunched up there.
Stay right there, guys!
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of your work as to the timing of when the shots fired and the movement of the officers?
Yes.
And raw video, Channel 2 played all the way through its conclusion. After the gunman enters 111, did he ever come back out into the hallway?
No.
There was no coming out and shooting at Covey, Martinez, and Eddie Canales?
Correct. He did not come out.
I want to talk a second then about the other individuals in the case. And let's start again when Adrian Gonzales arrived. What time was that again?
Is this when he drove through the west gate or when he parked? Approximately 11:31:55.
And Donald Page, did you represent him in the animation?
Yes.
Was he the second blue car that drove by and parked by where Adrian Gonzales was?
Yes.
What time did he park?
All right, they're going to do a lot of like, what time was this? What time was that? We're going to jump ahead a little bit to hereabouts. And there's going to be an interesting objection, and we're going to talk about it because, yeah.
Correct.
And was Coronado followed by any other police units?
Yes.
Who was that?
Officer Jesus Mendoza and Officer Juan Saucedo.
So they did not remain at that intersection?
Correct.
They followed Coronado to the north end?
Yes.
And as far as where they went, did it make sense to fan out to find the gun?
Yes.
And did Coronado continue to act by jogging to the area that we saw?
You see what's happening here? The prosecutor is testifying, and this guy is going, correct, yes, yes, because the prosecutor is asking all these leading questions, and the defense eventually gets tired of it, and yeah, and the defense gets tired of it, but in a way where they want to look like they're playing ball, and here it comes.
And when he heard shots, what did he say?
He said, oh shit, shots fired, and began running faster towards the fourth grade building.
He acted
Correct.
in seconds of hearing the gunshots.
Correct.
And he went into the building.
Judge, I'm just for the record, I want to note that I don't mind him leading his own witness, but I just want to put that on the note that I acknowledge it and he can lead all he wants because I'm going to take care of it after a while.
Okay, proceed.
Did you see what he did there? He's like, Judge, I'm just going to note that he's leading the hell out of his witness. I just want that acknowledged, and he can lead his witness all he wants because I'm about to cook this guy on cross. I'm like, damn, that is a confident objection right there. But what he's doing is he's lampshading for the jury. Look how much this guy is leading, right? Look how much this is going on. And he's possibly setting it up to be like, I want a jury instruction on leading because you can get an instruction that basically says evidence that was led is less, should be given less weight than evidence that the witness comes up with on their own. And watch the prosecutor's awkward ass reaction to this because it's awkward ass.
And finally, as to Salcedo, I just want to ask some questions. Thank you for reminding me. I don't want to leave.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for reminding me not to lead. By the way, he proceeds to lead through the rest of his direct. So he's like, thank you for reminding me. And I'm like, yeah, that, okay, so let's jump to, it's about here.
Correct.
Some are injured.
Yes.
And what do injured people injured by gunfire need?
Medical attention.
And can that be slow or should it be quick?
It should be as quick as possible.
Is that what Stop the Dying is about?
Yes.
And so when we speak of containing a gunman in a room, is there a difference if the gunman is in a room where there has been shooting versus a room where it is empty?
Yes.
And what is that?
If a shooter is in a structure or a room where there has been active gunfire, that is synonymous with killing. And you have a responsibility as an officer to go ahead and address that because it's still an active threat. There can still be active killing.
Hey, Glasses, I didn't see you on that fucking map. So, just saying.
And in active shooting, is there also a priority of life scale?
Yes.
And what is that?
You have the civilians is the high priority, law enforcement, and then the suspect or the shooter themselves.
So the officer is supposed to give priority to the innocent civilian?
Correct.
Then safety. And finally,
Correct.
as the witness.
All right, so that was direct, and you'll notice we didn't cover much of direct because a lot of direct was the main thing about the direct was the video that we saw. And then after that, he's basically asked a bunch of questions that is basically, isn't it true that, Adrian Gonzales is an abject coward and deserves to go to jail for it? Which is one of those things that's real easy to testify to when you're sitting there in a chair with like this smug ass face, but you're not actually there doing it. Now, the thing is that Nico, when he's cross-examining, has a very gentle style. But this guy, he's got to go after a bit more. But he gives this guy every opportunity to take the out. He gives this guy every single off ramp. And yeah, this guy looks like every guy I've ever swiped left on in Bumble. So this is something I'm just going to note for cross-examination technique, which is you want to give a witness an off-ramp because sometimes the witness will take it. And what I mean by give them an off-ramp is you give them an opportunity to agree with you. You give them an opportunity to, to stop weaseling and instead to, to say the things that are true, ideally. And so you want to let them save face if they can. But if the witness doesn't, well, then maybe they get the hammer, right? So Nico gives this guy every off ramp, and yeah, the pause game, fair.
Ranger Hill, my name is Nico LaHood. I'm one of the lawyers that's representing Mr. Gonzales. You've testified before?
Yes.
Okay. So you understand cross-examination?
Yes.
Okay. And so I'm gonna ask you questions, leading questions, some open-ended questions, but the rules allow that. And I'm gonna ask you specific questions, okay?
Okay.
And I'm gonna push back on you a little bit, but I want to give you a heads up.
Okay.
Okay. I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I'm not attacking your character, but I'm gonna attack your opinions and your perceptions, okay? Yes. And if you don't understand my question, you just tell me, Nico, just repeat that, or I don't understand that, and I'm happy to do that, okay?
Yes.
And what did you review and
you see that he starts off being friendly here, and he starts off going, I'm not attacking your character. I am just, I do have to push back on some of your opinions. It's going to get spicier than that, right? And that is because this is where Nico planned to be. He plans to be at, I'm not attacking your character. I'm just, contradicting your opinions and so forth. Like, I'm just pushing back on your opinions. But pretty soon, this witness is so weaselly that the plans change just a wee bit.
In preparation for your testimony today?
I reviewed the critical videos that I used to prepare the synchronization. I reviewed the timeline events up to approximately 11:45 a.m., as well as all the diagrams, the physical evidence that was collected, or the physical evidence log, as well as my reports.
And what reports did you create? You like individual reports from your earlier investigation?
Yes. And
did you, I think I showed it to you earlier, you created Department of Public Safety Intelligence and Counterterrorism critical event timeline?
There was an analytical team that I was a part of, and we compiled that timeline.
Right. When you say we, how many people? You and how many?
The team started out initially with 7, and then towards the end there were 3.
And you were one of the 3?
Correct.
Okay. And you have a copy of this critical timeline in front of you?
Yes.
Okay, good. So if I refer you to pages, I don't have to walk up every time. Can you have it ready, please?
If you could refer me to times.
Yes,
I don't have the page numbers.
Well, they're on the bottom, right? TR?
They're not on my copy. I don't have the page numbers, but the times will direct.
Fair enough. But then I will.
This is already where you start getting like, wait a minute, why are there different copies, right? Why is there a copy with page numbers and a copy without? Anytime I have a witness say my copy doesn't have this thing that your copy has or whatever else, I immediately go like, wait, why does your copy not have page numbers? What's different about your copy than my copy? How did this happen? Because sometimes you will find out that you have been given something different than what he has, and that is in fact where we end up on this. But yeah. I love this spoiler. Spoilers, this guy turns exactly the color you think he will. Okay, I'm amused as heck by that. So, yeah.
May I look at your copy really quick? Sure. You can keep it there. I'll go to you. Just want to make sure we're on the same page.
Don't use the pages, okay?
And I should probably
and so you said initially you weren't responsible or assigned to putting this timeline together initially, right?
Correct.
You did some interviews.
Correct.
And one of the interviews was of Gilbert Limones?
I interviewed Cody Bersanos.
Who interviewed Gilbert Limones?
I believe that was Ranger Barina.
But you reviewed that interview, right?
I didn't review Gilbert Lamonis's interview.
I want to make sure I'm clear. You're part of a eventually a three-person team that put all this together, and you didn't interview Mr. Limones? You didn't review his interview?
I didn't review it in preparation for trial. I reviewed it early on in the investigation.
Okay, so I'm sorry. I'm going to shift now to just the whole investigation and how you put this together.
Okay.
Okay. So you did review Gilbert Limones' interview, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And part of that interview, you had to reconcile what he said to his 911 call at 11:29:05, correct?
Yes.
And so if you can refer to 11:29:05, please.
I started a goal just to do an onion review because I figured I should maybe set a goal. So
For the government, it's page 11, but I don't know if you have numbers.
Yes, I have it.
Okay. Now the 11:29:05, do you see Gilbert Limones called 911?
Yes.
Okay, so I just want to make sure we're on the same page.
Yes.
We didn't have page numbers. And you can see in third paragraph, he says a lot of information to dispatch. Would you agree?
Yes.
And he says that there's someone shooting at the school, specifically. Third paragraph. Hurry, hurry.
Oh, yes.
He's shooting at the school, not around the school. He's shooting at the school. And as you know, as a ranger and investigator, at means something different, right?
You have to take it into context.
Okay, well, if I say
and you already see this guy. This is one of the things you get with evasive witnesses is they start like weaseling, they start salami slicing everything. And this guy was not doing this at all on direct. So one of the things that is worth always taking, note of and possibly highlighting to the trier of fact, whether that's a judge or a jury, is this witness testified very differently on direct versus on cross. And right now he's trying to be difficult. And this will stymie a bunch of lawyers. It's a tactic that they use. And Nico's not getting, it's like you have picked the wrong guy for this one.
I'm looking at you, does that mean I'm looking at Bill, Mr. Turner?
It's possible.
I can be looking at you and focused on you. I'm not talking about peripheral. I can look at you and I don't have cross eyes. I'm not looking, I can look at you and look at Mr. Turner at the same time.
Well, you can look at me and you can see him in your peripheral view.
I know I said aside from peripheral, because peripheral is not.
He's like, I just said not peripheral. And the guy's like, well, and we're actually going to get this little vision experiment live in court.
Focus, right?
Correct.
And so peripheral, you can see some of the jury like I can, but you can't describe what clothes they're wearing. No, you just turned your head. Now, from your peripheral, can you describe clothes on the jury?
I cannot.
You cannot. So I cannot look at you and look at Mr. Turner at the same time. Would you agree?
I can speak for myself on that.
Okay. Will you look at Mr. Turner?
I can speak for myself on that. Dude, it's cross-exam. He gets to lead you, you sack of hair.
Look at Mr. Turner, please. Can you see me in peripheral?
I can.
How many fingers I'm holding up?
I cannot tell.
Okay. So you cannot look at Mr. Turner and look at me at the same time, right?
I cannot.
Okay. That's all I was saying.
And it takes like 2 minutes of cross-examination on this guy because this guy is being such a weasel that the defense lawyer is having to like extract things from him. Like, you can't look at two things at once. This is basic shit. And already I was like, oh, this witness is gonna be rough.
Wasn't a trick question. And so when Mr. Limones, because you
I love that verbal tech, or it's not really a verbal tick. It's a technique that he says where it's like, that wasn't a trick question, right? And that's really for the jury, right? When he's saying it wasn't a trick question, it's he's like, jury, look how weaselly this guy is. Look how much of a sack of shit this guy is.
investigated this situation, he said the shooter is shooting, this person is shooting at the school. The vast majority of us, maybe not you, would think that those bullets are going to the direction of the school. Is that a fair statement?
I would say that they were going towards the school.
What's the difference between towards and at to you?
Well, in your definition, at is directly. I would, based on the context of Mr. Limones' 911 call, would interpret what he said is that the shooter is shooting towards the direction or in the direction of the school. Maybe not necessarily at the brick or a particular point.
Could you imagine talking to somebody like this in real life? You know, could you imagine just how fucking tiresome this would be if you were talking to somebody in real life? Like you walk into the local, you walk into your convenience store and you're like, hey, do you have any Dad's root beer? And he's like, well, do you mean the brand Dad's root beer, or do you mean root beer owned by somebody's father? Like my dad or your dad? Whose root beer are we talking about here? And you're like, how, right? And, I swear that if this was how people were talking to each other, the murder rate would be like 50% of people, right? Because this is insane, right? If I spoke like this to my wife, like if she asked me questions like this and I responded in this style, did you do the dishes? Well, what do you mean by do? Did I have sex with the dishes? No, I didn't. Did you mean some other meaning of? She would pack her bags, leave, and throw a Molotov cocktail at the house on the way out. Like, this is...
If someone was pointing a gun at you versus towards you, would you feel any less safe or more in danger?
I would feel equally in danger.
Me too. But what we know though is that Mr. Limones said that to 911 early on, 11:29:05, and we know that the shooter entered the building. You said 11:32:59. Do you remember testifying to that?
When he entered the west door.
Yes, sir. It's really 11:32.
Approximately 11:30. Yeah, and
what does your timeline say?
So it's 11:32:58 with some milliseconds, and it rounds up. So it's an approximate.
But in your timeline, it doesn't say 11:32:59, right?
It says 11:32:58, but there were milliseconds on the back.
Real quick, does it say milliseconds on your report?
No, I took the milliseconds off, and the exporting program rounded up.
But you testified.
Whoa, and I just want you to watch Nico's face here.
I took the milliseconds off, and the
you could see his expression is like, what is going on here? Can I send you a blue P320 printed in orange? Yes, you can. My mailing address is in my about section. So yeah, I am pretty sure Nico at this point has caught on that there's something fucky with the reports. And he's like, that eyebrow, you can see that one eyebrow is trying to like join his hairline. And that is basically this. Nico at this point is catching on that there is like two separate things. And he's like, oh, we are going to explore this. But like this eyebrow, this face right here is it's a whole vibe. It's a whole vibe right there. So yeah.
Exporting program rounded up.
But you testified to this jury, and it's a second, but it matters because time is of the essence. That's been the theme for this jury. So, but your report, your timeline says 11:32:58, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, but you testified that this jury was 59.
I testified it was approximately.
Okay, but if anybody's looking at your timeline, it says 11:32:58.
Correct.
Okay. So, but we'll go back to 11:29:05. So 11:29:05 is almost 4 minutes before the shooter even enters the building, right? Almost, since we're approximating.
Approximately,
Let's
yes.
approximate together. Okay, so at 11:29:05, Mr. Limones is telling the dispatcher that there's an individual shooting at the school, correct?
Correct.
He also said he jumped into the schoolyard. So now he's shooting at the school, and now he's on the school property, correct?
Yes.
And then he says he's running toward the school, right?
Yes.
And does it give a description of what he's wearing? That's right. It's the next line under.
Which line are you referring to?
I referenced he's running towards the school right in the middle, and then right underneath it, it says he's wearing black, correct?
Correct. Correct. Yes, he's wearing black.
And even says he's a young kid. So we know we're not looking for someone with gray hair, right?
Possibly, yes.
That's approximately. And so this is pretty detailed description of what Mr. Limon was telling the dispatcher almost 4 minutes before this shooter entered the school, right?
Correct.
And then the dispatcher said, I have officers there. I'm going to go ahead and disconnect you with you, right?
Are you looking further down on the page?
Yes, sir, at the bottom of that same 112905.
Now, I don't know if you remember, but 4 minutes, you don't really see a 4 minutes on this one. So, yeah, I was already, when I started hearing this cross, I was like, oh, that little diagram was not, was not accurate. So, yeah.
Fourth line from the
Yes,
bottom.
communication says they have units heading that way.
No, well,
Didn't discontinue.
didn't say heading that way. What does it say? Okay, sir. So since I have officers where?
Since I have officers there, yes.
So that, like, officers are already on the scene. That's what it sounds like. Fair enough?
Yes,
But there weren't officers there, right?
not at that time.
And so the dispatcher used that excuse to get off the phone with Mr. Limones, right? Mr. Limones, right? I'm going to go ahead and disconnect.
I don't know that it was an excuse,
The reason, I'll say a reason. I'm sorry. The reason.
possibly.
Well, it's not possibly.
I mean, it was an excuse to get off the phone, but he's like, I don't know that it's an excuse. So he's like, okay, the reason. Seriously? Okay.
I'm going to go ahead and get off and disconnect with you because we have officers there. And that's typical when the officers arrive at the scene, now there's no longer a need for dispatch. So they say, now I'm off and now the officer can take the descriptions you're giving me, right? You know that that's standard.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
so just so the jury knows, so dispatch stays on the phone with a caller because there could be critical information that maybe other officers need before they arrive at the scene. So the dispatcher stays on the phone the entire time until officers are actually there, right?
Generally, yes.
Generally, and then they get off the phone. But officers were not there.
Correct.
So you agree that the dispatcher probably should have stayed on the phone with Mr. Limones.
Yes.
And then 5 seconds later at 11:29:10, that's when Amy Marin calls, correct?
Yes.
Now, did anybody interview Claudia Perez, who worked at the funeral home also?
I did.
Okay. And you know that Claudia Perez, during the interview, told you that the shooter squatted down between vehicles, correct?
I do recall her saying something like that.
And you also recall that Mr. Limones said that the shooter squatted down between vehicles at one point as well, during his interview. He didn't say it during the 911, but during his interview.
It's been 3 years since I reviewed his interview, so I don't recall the specifics of what he said.
And I'm like, wait, what the fuck? This guy is coming in to testify as an expert. And he is now telling us that it has been 3 years since he reviewed critical witness statements. I'm sorry, if I'm an expert, like, I am rereading everything and going over it. And especially, like, this isn't some theft from liquor store, right? This isn't something where somebody is accused of, like, stealing a teddy bear or some shit. This is somebody who, like, this is about a whole lot of dead children. So, like, this isn't the time to just be like, I'm gonna like, I'm gonna half-ass this one. I can coast, right? This isn't the time to be like, well, I've already got like an 80% in this course, so if I fail the exam, it's only a 20% exam, so I still pass. So I'm not going to study too hard, right? And I mean, flashbacks from like my university career and so forth, but like, you can't do that with a trial about like, so yeah, this guy's like, I haven't looked at it in 3 years. Did you think maybe you wanted to do your job? Like, instead of getting that haircut, which, I mean, maybe you shouldn't have got that haircut in any event, but instead of getting that haircut, spend the time on reviewing shit. Jesus.
He testified to the jury. All I'm saying is that's consistent with what Claudia told you. Ms. Bettis told you.
Okay.
Is that consistent if he said that?
If he said that, yes, that would be consistent.
But he also did that and said that in his interview. And so I want to talk, because I'm going to go down your timeline and then reconcile it with your testimony. Okay. So I'm going to I'll look at my notes and then I'm going to go to the timeline. So I'll go from there. Now, based off of what Mr. Limones said in his 911 call, that's not the information that was dispatched, correct?
Not all of it.
Well, what was dispatched? Do you remember?
Well, it was dispatched as a crash initially.
Right.
But that was as a result of Amy Marin's 911 phone call. And then around the same time, Gilbert Limones had placed his 911 phone call.
I'm saying the specifics. The specifics of what Mr. Limones notified dispatch on at 11:29:05, wearing black, shooting at the school, running towards the school, all those important critical details were not dispatched to law enforcement, correct?
Not at that particular time.
That's what I'm saying. But that's pretty important. If you would agree with this statement, right? If somebody's calling in saying, right now, there is someone shooting at a school and they're running towards the school and there's a description of this individual so officers can know what to look for, that is critical and time is of the essence in order to save lives. You agree with that, right?
Yes.
And that wasn't done. Fair statement?
Not at 11:29:05, which was the beginning of Mr. Limones' 911 phone call. Obviously, the transcription here,
Yes, sir.
to get every sentence, we don't have each second. And so it starts with the phone call. I do know that approximately 30 seconds after that, I do believe Uvalde Communications did relay information about a person with a gun.
Yeah, but not the specifics that I went over with you, right?
I remember they're saying.
And this is kind of an important detail because if Buddy is rolling up, like Gonzales is rolling up, and what he thinks is that there's been a crash, then he's going to have a very different response than if he is rolling up with, to an active shooter situation, right? It is a very different scenario. Vomit Fountain, I saw you saying you were just bouncing in to say hi. Good to see you. Thank you so much. And somebody was asking, is that Texas branded water? It does appear to be Texas Star water. So, yeah.
They're with a gun initially, and then eventually wearing black clothing.
But eventually gets people killed, right?
It depends on the passage of time, how much time.
I know that. Eventually can potentially get people killed, right? If you wait and eventually relay important critical information, it could get people killed in a situation like this.
It's possible depending on how much time passes.
I understand. I'm giving you a general question. That's why I said eventually. It's possible. And so let's go back to our timeline, or your timeline. And just before we get back to the timeline, you just compared an Apple phone to the funeral home, and you just, like right now my phone says 11:45. We just assume that Apple's correct, right?
The way that Apple does their time synchronization is very accurate. That was initially the way I approached the synchronization, but I did use another synchronization method to help narrow down or tighten the time.
I'm just saying this is how you started with an Apple phone, and then just kind of comparing it to what you saw on cameras, right? And
at the very beginning, yes.
And so let's go back to your at 11:29:32. That's when you notate that there's the shots fired at Gilbert Limones, correct? And Cody.
And possibly Albert Vargas.
Because he was the person that was in the residence that came out as well.
Correct.
And you say possibly because did anybody interview him?
I believe he might have been interviewed, but I do not know that.
It didn't make your timeline though.
His interview didn't.
Got it.
Or nothing about his interview.
But even before this though, the shooter had already tried to murder his grandma, right?
Correct.
And he shot his grandma in the face.
Yes.
And the person responsible for all this damage and heartache is dead. It's that same guy that tried to murder his grandma, right?
Yes.
And so back to our timeline, at 11:29:36, communication dispatches an officer, Randy Hill. Correct?
Yes.
And so he was specifically asked to go to route, right? To go to the incident. And he says, please be advised, shots fired. Right?
Yes.
Not shot fired at a school, correct?
Correct.
Not suspect wearing black.
Correct.
Not suspect running towards that same school.
Correct.
Okay. And that would have been critical, you already said, right? For Officer Hill to know that information, right?
It would be important information, yes.
We're going to get there. I might as well do it now just because I want to have context, because you testified to something specifically that I notated, and I want to talk about it, then we'll come back to the timeline. You said that, I believe you testified that Officer Hill arrived at the scene at 11:33:32. Do you recall that?
It would be approximately 11:33:16, 17.
Is that on your timeline?
That is not on the timeline.
And that's you making, why is it not on your timeline?
After I had submitted this investigative packet, I was reviewing the Rob Channel 4 video and was able to narrow down the time that Officer Hill arrived at the intersection of Old Carrizo and Geraldine.
We'll talk about why he went to the intersection of Old Carrizo's in a second, but he didn't report in. He didn't call in when he got on the scene, right?
I don't believe he did.
Did you tell the state when you narrowed down when Officer Hill showed up at the scene? Because it's not on your critical timeline.
Yes, I did.
When did you tell the state that information?
We've been talking about it probably for the last.
So what he's doing here is he is building another Brady violation. He's not building it. Building it makes it sound like, there's no Brady violation and he's assembling it out of whole cloth. What he's doing here is he's exploring this additional Brady violation that has just landed in his lap, and he's like, wait, what do you mean there's more shit the state heard that they didn't tell defense? Why is this happening? And the judge has already acknowledged that the timeline is critical on this. And so at the end of the last time, the judge is like, well, I'm not giving a mistrial, but I will exclude this witness. And so if I'm the judge, I'm already sitting here and I'm going, what is it that I want to do for a remedy on this one? Because if I am the defense, I'm coming in and I'm saying, I want another, I am pissed at this. Mistrial, judge. Mistrial with prejudice. They brought us in to argue on this timeline issue. They know the timeline issue is critical, is key. And they're saying, well, but they have failed to disclose all of these details. And, the state had this. The state knew all of this. And now here's the thing. Maybe the judge doesn't want to give a mistrial, right? Maybe the judge is like, well, a mistrial is too far. What is the other remedy available for this particular breach? Well, they could exclude this witness. And if they exclude this witness, they also exclude the video. They also exclude his little animation. And I would love to see the prosecution's response if the judge is like, animation's out. Glasses is out. All of this is out. Should have disclosed. Sorry. The prosecution has been building to this guy as their central, critical, most important witness. And yeah, can we try captioning? Yeah, we can see if it's anywhere close to synced, but we'll see.
We had a meeting 2 months ago.
Was that the first time you told the state this new information that's not on your timeline 2 months ago?
Officer Randy Hill was not, he wasn't, he was a person that showed up at the scene.
Yes, sir.
And I was reviewing through the Rob Channel 4 video.
I mean, this would be one of the arguments I'd make for a mistrial. You're going to exclude the video. How do we get them to unsee this video? How do we do that? Right? How do we get them to forget the video they saw, which is so prejudicial and based on not disclosed information? I would be arguing hard for the mistrial, and I think we're going to see it. Sorry, we're going to see the argument. That doesn't necessarily mean we're going to see the mistrial. I just want to clarify that. But I know what I would do if I was the judge, but I guess there's a reason why I'm not a judge. So, yeah.
To get a better an accuracy of when he arrived, because there were sirens that you could hear from the Rob Channel 4 surveillance video.
But you don't know.
And for the folks who are asking me to try closed captions again, I turned them on, but there's nothing coming in through on the closed captions. I think the closed captions are right now like during the lunch break, and they're just so badly out of sync. They're like 45 minutes out of sync.
That's his sirens, right?
Well, when you see a vehicle with emergency lights flashing arrive at the intersection, and then just a few seconds later, and he's the only one, a few seconds later, you see Sergeant Coronado's dash camera show that vehicle in the intersection.
So you said a lot there, so I want to break all that down. So when did you see lights arrive at that intersection?
As far as
What video did you see that on?
Rob Channel 4.
Rob Channel 4 meaning what?
There's the Rob Elementary surveillance video, the Channel 4 camera.
And what view is that showing?
That shows the East Breezeway.
East, that's a breezeway where Coronado was running down with Arredondo, right?
Correct. Yes, it is.
Yeah, and so that breezeway, you're talking about this breezeway, right? Well, that's not where they ran down. They ran down over here.
They actually came from this location.
I'm talking
And
about,
ran down. No, there's the video camera's going to be up here.
okay, so you're saying, well, Coronado and Arredondo ran down this way. You're saying that they parked up here?
Yes, and they also ran down this.
Yes, sir. They ran, this is the breezeway I was talking about. So you're saying, and so where was Hill parked? So Hill dispatched to this incident, and he parks over here?
Yes.
And so on your timeline, it shows at 11:33:22 that he is standing by his car, right?
Correct.
He's not acting. Hill, he's not doing anything. He's standing by his car.
He's exiting his car. He had just arrived at that intersection.
Well, you're assuming that, right?
Oh, I know when he arrived.
Well, you weren't there.
I can see it on the Rob Channel 4
Okay,
video.
but what I'm saying is, but let's go step by step. At 11:33:22, when Coronado, because the jury's seen this, when Coronado's driving, and we'll talk about why he went around, you see him standing there. He's not exiting. There's 4 legs. It looks like there's 4 legs by his vehicle, right?
He could have been standing momentarily.
Well, that's what I was asking you initially. At 11:33:22, your timeline says that he is standing by his vehicle, right?
Correct.
Later on, what made you focus on Hill to go back and look and to correct this new information that you told the government 2 months ago?
The sounds of the sirens that were captured on the Rob Channel 4 video that was in the breezeway on the east side of the school were very loud. They were louder from that microphone than what the sounds of the sirens that would have come from Officer Mendoza's, Officer Saucedo's, and Sergeant Coronado's vehicles as they were pulling up to the intersection of South Grove and Geraldine. I was curious if I could find out where those louder sirens that were captured on the Rob Channel 4 camera, where they were coming from. And I knew that Randy Hill and Justin Mendoza had arrived at that intersection.
Okay, and you said a lot. I want to dissect it all, right? Did you tell the government that his arrival was not on your timeline?
I don't recall us having that conversation.
But you told them that there's new information. You said, what conversation were you having about this then? What did you tell them 2 months ago? I'm really trying to get a feel for that.
Well, it's not new information because the video had been existing the entire time.
Well, this is a
They
critical.
delivered to the defense 2 years ago.
Well, hold on.
They've had the video for over 2 years.
They've had the video for over 2 years, the prosecution stand, and this isn't an objection. This is the prosecution just shouting stuff in. The judge should have yelled at this, and it is, Okay, so carrying on here.
That's not an objection. Let's proceed.
Yeah, I mean, figure it out, I guess, right? So this is a critical event timeline. What does critical mean to you?
A critical event.
What, I didn't ask that. What does it mean to you? Give me a definition, please.
It's a very important event.
Very important event. So everything in this timeline is important.
At the time the timeline was created, yes.
That wasn't my question. Everything in this timeline is important, just in general, right?
Objection, that's been asked and answered.
I'm not going to respond to it. So everything in this timeline is important, right?
Yes,
Okay.
and specifically at the time the timeline was created.
And so in your important timeline, you notated that Officer Hill was dispatched to an incident where he was advised shots were fired at the school, right?
Yes,
And that was at 11:29:36,
yes,
almost 3 minutes before the shooter enters the building.
are you talking about from 11:29:36
So to 11:32:58.
approximately?
So it's a little bit more than 3 minutes, right? It's a little bit more than 3 minutes. I was rounding down, right?
Approximately, yes.
And so instead of going to the school, Officer Hill goes to a corner.
My understanding when I looked up
Listen to my question, please. You can answer. I'm going to let you talk. I've let you talk a lot. But my question was, after being dispatched to a school and a school where there were shots fired, he goes to a corner. Yes or no?
he goes to a corner of 715 Old Carrizo Road.
Yes. And that's a corner.
Correct.
And he was standing at that corner.
Momentarily, yes.
Well, you know he enters through the east door at 11:54:58, right?
Yes.
So he doesn't enter the building. He's dispatched before, more than 3 minutes before this animal enters the school. But doesn't enter the building for almost 25 minutes later.
That's correct.
Let's go back to our timeline. So now we're back in our timeline, and so you looked at the scene, and we're going to go through your opinion of your animation, because that animation is just your opinion, right? Based off what you looked at.
Oh, I'm just gonna note here. What we're gonna see here is some of the most weasel shit that you will ever see from a witness. Like, just insane as to what you see from this witness.
It's not my opinion. From a time perspective, it's based on the data that I observed.
Well, you know I'm going to ask you questions about where you placed the shooter at different times, right?
Correct.
Okay, so the animation is not, you're not looking at a video, superimposing the video onto your animation. You're making educated guesses. It's your opinion, right?
As far as what part of the video?
The whole thing is your opinion, based off information. I'm not saying you're making it up. It's based off your information, right?
The animation is not my opinion. I have no opinion.
Well, you can have an opinion of how close.
And this is the point where I'd be like, you know, if this guy's got no opinion, then he's not able to testify as an expert witness and, you know, send this sack of burnt hair home. Exclude his video if he's not, if he's got no opinion, because he's here as an expert to testify as to his fucking opinion. So if he's denying that this is his opinion and that he's got an opinion, well, then exclude his bullshit. I mean, the court's not going to do that. And I'm just like, are you fucking kidding me? Right? Like, this is obviously an opinion. This is him doing his best job that he can to create this, this animation. And it's obviously opinion. It's opinion that, like, the shooter is at this place at this time. It's opinion that the cops are at this place at this time. And, opinions are usually based on facts, right? You don't usually come to an opinion based on nothing, right? Like, I might have the opinion that my dog is outside because I can hear the dog. But, unless I can see the dog, I don't necessarily know. I might be misjudging the sound. I might be all of these things.
Someone is, right? You had an opinion on what at versus towards is. That you had an opinion about that, right?
And you asked me my opinion.
That was my question.
You had an opinion about what at versus towards was, what didn't you? Like, ooh, love it.
You had an opinion about what at versus towards is, correct?
I do, yes.
Okay, so all I'm saying is you have an opinion based off what the evidence shows, right?
The animation itself was derived from the data.
Based off of your opinion.
Not based on my opinion.
Okay.
Based on investigative analysis.
Which is based off your opinion.
Objection, ask an answer.
No, Judge, he's being tricky, and I'm trying to ask him specific questions. I know they don't like the answer, Judge.
I'll overrule the objection. I'll sustain the objection to the sidebar.
I like that. I know, I know he doesn't like the answer. It's like, all right.
Which wasn't made, and let's proceed.
Okay. So I'm going to ask specific questions. You can say no. You don't have to. If you want to banter with me, I'm happy to do that too. But just say no then, okay?
Okay.
Okay. So this is your rendition. The government asked you, it was your rendition. This is your rendition, the animation that we're going to get to, right?
Yes.
Okay. So when we look at the open field and we see the shooter get out of his vehicle, because he's already shot towards or up at Mr. Limones and Mr. Briseño, correct?
And possibly Mr. Vargas.
Possibly. But you didn't review his interview, right?
I don't know that he was interviewed. I cannot recall.
He may have had important information on whether the shooter was shooting towards the school, right, and running towards the school. That would have been important. It would have been critical.
Yes.
Okay, but it's not in here.
Correct.
Okay. And so while he's walking down into Robb Elementary campus, we see no spent shell casings in this open area, correct?
Correct.
What assumption can you make? What opinion can you have about that?
That he didn't fire his firearm.
And then there's no casings anywhere here, correct?
Correct.
And so it is safe to say that at this point he wasn't shooting anywhere while he's walking towards this area.
Yes.
And this is, why did you give him this loopity-loop, this area here, this walkway, and then around?
When I was viewing the Hillcrest Funeral Home, specifically Channel 2 and Channel 4 camera angles, you could see the shooter walking from the crash site over to the school. Now, that's not going to be this exact path. This is not a scale diagram. I'm looking for key features in the grass that were still existent on this particular Google overlay and approximately positioned the shooter on that path.
But he could have easily just gone straight this way too, right?
It did not appear looking at the Hillcrest video that he went straight.
And appear means your perception.
My perception was that he didn't walk straight.
So your opinion is that he didn't walk straight. Yeah.
It's based on analysis of it.
Your perception is your opinion, right?
In that particular case, yes.
There's no data points.
Jesus Christ, this guy is like, oh. Man, if constipation had hair, it would be this guy, because holy shit, it takes it so long to get anything out of him. Fuck. Oh.
I mean, there's no casings, there's no footprints. That's what I'm saying. I'm just, that's not meant to be a difficult question. I'm just saying he could have gone this way too, right?
Correct.
Object to repetitive and badger the witness. He's answered it 3 or 4 times, Judge.
Okay, I'll send the objection. Go ahead.
Did you put in your animation that he was hiding between 2 cars?
He did walk between 2 cars.
Did you put that in your animation?
Yes.
Okay, we'll look at that. You didn't put that he squatted down and hid between them, right?
That I could not verify if he actually squatted down and hid. I do know that he walked in between 2 vehicles.
Well, you knew that Mr. Limones said he couldn't be seen, right?
Yes.
You knew that Claudia Perez said he couldn't be seen, that he was hiding between 2 cars?
Yes.
Okay. But you decided not to put that portion because you couldn't determine it.
I put the location that he walked.
Okay.
He could have squatted down in that particular location between the cars.
Okay.
And if he did squat down, maybe he could have come up with this testimony.
You talked about we're going to get to that defect in the corner. So I want to go systematically. The way the government asked you questions basis the timeline. So I'm going to try to, if I jump a little bit, bear with me, I'll try to signpost where I'm going, okay? So you know where I'm at. He asked you about room 102, 104, 103, and the defects there versus the shell casings, right? Remember that? And then he talked about a defect on that wing, that E wing, room 24, I believe it was?
Yes.
Okay. You don't know how the shooter shot the weapon, right? I'm not going to belabor this issue. I'm just trying to make a point. You don't know if he held it up on his shoulder or his hip.
Not for the only shots we could see, his shooting platform was in the hallway. So no, from the outside, no,
Yes,
did not have anything.
And just so the jury knows, I don't know if they heard this term, what is shooting platform? So you can explain to them.
It's the positioning that you'll take when you shoot a firearm, and specifically in this case, a rifle. You can shoot it up, you can bring it down to the hip, you can assume a kneeling or a standing or a prone position.
And so outside, if somebody with bad intentions, with intent to shoot up the school, swung their gun up to shoot 102, 104, there could have been what's an accidental discharge. Would we explain to the jury what that means?
Accidentally pressing your finger on the trigger and firing an unintended shot.
Right, an unintended shot. And that means that they don't have muzzle control or trigger discipline, right?
Correct.
And meaning trigger discipline, they're putting their finger on the trigger before they're intending to shoot, and they're pointing the barrel, the muzzle, in a direction that they're not intending to shoot.
Yes.
In law enforcement, it's called maybe sweeping. If I don't have muzzle control and I sweep this way, but this is my barrel, my muzzle, that's sweeping. That's poor muzzle control, correct?
Correct.
And then discipline, meaning I'm not indexing my finger, I'm inside the trigger guard, and that means there could be an accidental discharge if I'm excited.
Correct.
Okay, so I'm just going to note here, we are at 4 hours in. When we were watching at 3 hours in, this is the subtitles that we had. So the subtitles are about an hour off, which is not fantastic. But what's he talking about here? Well, I need something sharp to illustrate this with. So we're going to illustrate this with a sword, because why not? It's what I've got. So, and YouTube cannot claim that this is a firearm, so I can't get I can't get bounce for this. So when he talks about shooting platform, he means you've got yourself squared up, like if you're pressed up, that, this is your shooting platform. You are the platform, right? You are essentially the turret for the gun, right? So the gun, and if you're sitting there, you've got it, you've got a good cheek weld, and cheek weld is you press your cheek up against the thing there. So, that helps you get stability. You've got it pulled up into your chest, and, yeah. So that's your shooting platform, right? But indexing, he's talking about where's your trigger, or where's your trigger finger? And the critical thing about that is that if you don't have your finger off the trigger, There's all sorts of things that can cause you to do this. And one of the fun ones is get your hand and then just try to bend your middle finger down without moving any of your other fingers. And you will probably move your other fingers. Like you see when I move, that finger moves, right? And if I do that, so there's all sorts of things. I at one point was sitting there, I was at the range and I was lined up and I had moved my finger onto the trigger, which is I'm getting ready to pull the trigger, right? I'm getting ready to shoot. And so I'm lined up, I'm getting ready, and I hiccuped. And the hiccup caused my finger to move and caused me to fire. I wasn't intending to fire at that point, right? I was not planning to shoot at that point. I was just like, okay, and then I hiccup, right? Now, the good thing is that I was at the range. I was already sighting into the berm because, I wasn't moving my finger, but I knew that I didn't want to pull the trigger yet and that it was an accidental, unintended discharge because my finger was on the trigger and sometimes shit happens. So if you don't want to shoot, keep your finger away from the trigger, right? It's basic safety shit. And the reason why this matters is because they're wondering, could this one shot have actually been an accidental discharge instead of an intentional one? And I saw an interesting question here. Where was that? Do you ever shoot black powder? I haven't a lot. I've shot it a couple of times. I want to get a black powder rifle kit. But the other thing is I do own a blunderbuss. I just don't know the powder loading for it. So at some point I need to go out and try the blunderbuss with the lowest possible powder loads to see how much, and to sort of work up from there. So see what it shoots at. So yeah. All right, let's go back to it.
And so indexing means keeping your finger high and outside the trigger guard, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so if somebody was shooting low from hip, low ready, but low from here, and was intending to shoot in this direction, but on the sweep, came up this way, started shooting early, that could be an explanation for that one-off defect high on that building, correct? Could be.
Which location are you referring to specifically?
You can see, watch, I'm going to take this down to 1 speed. So we're at 1 speed. We're going to go back. And I just want you to watch his face.
An explanation for that one-off defect high on that building, correct? Could be.
You see him parse the question. You see him figure it out. You see him understand where the defense lawyer is going, but he doesn't want to get there, right? He doesn't want to answer it. And so when he hears that, he stalls. And then he figures out a dodge, right? This is not an honest answer. This is him stalling and figuring out how to dodge, how to duck, how to weave.
This way, started shooting early, that could be an explanation for that one-off defect high on that building, correct? Could be.
Which location are you referring to specifically?
He doesn't want to give the obvious answer, which is yes, because he knows that helps the defense. And so he's like, what is the definition of is? So yeah. So yeah. Don't get in touch with Forgotten Ian's friend before. His name is Tom. They've done a bunch of videos on black powder. I don't know how to get in touch with him. So yeah.
Specifically. The one defect that the government was talking to you about, remember that one? And that
The shots. I'm sorry.
Remember there's one defect high on this building?
Yes, I remember that one. Now, the 102 shots for the cartridge casings that were there were the same amount of defects in the window.
Yeah, no, I'm not talking about that. I'm saying if somebody walks up here
Yes.
intending to shoot this and I'm not going to go through it again, and has poor muzzle control, bad, trigger discipline, puts his finger in accident, this could be a one-off as he's trying to swing it this way to shoot this building up.
It's possible,
right?
Yes.
But if somebody was on that side of the building claiming that shooter was shooting at them multiple times, what would you expect to see on the southeast and the south side of that building? What would you expect to see?
If they were shooting at them multiple times,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Depending on how they were holding the rifle. If they were using a good shooting platform or holding the rifle properly, I would expect to see projectile defects in the structures.
Right, those defects meaning kind of marks, effects from the actual cartridge projectile coming out, right?
Correct.
Okay. And there was none, other than that one off high up, there was no other defects on those buildings that you saw?
Not that we found.
Yes, sir. Well, it's not that you didn't find them, they just went on the buildings, right?
Correct.
I mean, it's not like they were on the buildings, but you passed them
In
up.
those particular areas, no. Now, if the round would have gone high and over the school and landed in somebody's backyard, we weren't able to,
Yes, sir.
to know that.
Now, at some point, when you were talking about, we're going to get back to our timeline. At some point in this incident, you had talked about some of these windows had been broken out because law enforcement were helping children get out of the room, right?
Yes.
You're aware now that Adrian was one of those officers that was helping children get out of those buildings, right?
Yes.
That building. So let's get back to so the first dispatch to Officer Hall is at 11:29:36, correct? Hill. Did I say Hall? I'm sorry, Hill.
Yes.
Okay. He goes to a corner and does not go to the school, correct?
Not as soon as he gets to the intersection, but he does form up with another group of officers.
Yeah, but he's not going to the gunfire, right?
It's a few seconds from what I recall from when they arrived to when they actually started making their movements towards the school.
Did it take him 25 minutes to get into that school?
That's through the east door.
Did he go in another door that we don't see?
There was a group of officers that actually ran to the east side of the fourth grade building and positioned outside the east wall of the fourth grade building.
Yeah, but there's a big deal made of when Adrian got there, when Adrian went into the building, what Adrian saw, what Adrian knew, what Adrian was told, what Adrian perceived. So don't you think it's only fair that we look at what other officers saw, perceived, did, and entered? Can we do that, please?
Yes.
Okay, so that's all I was saying.
He's like, can we please answer my freaking question? Yeah.
He didn't enter this building for 25 plus minutes, right?
Correct.
Okay, that's all I was asking. And so we'll talk about what he was doing or not doing, but he wasn't running towards the gunfire.
He actually was with the group of officers running towards the fourth grade building. He just didn't enter.
I know, that's something he didn't. With their perception, running to the gunfire is going to it, right? So, is your opinion to this jury that Officer Hill was running to the gunfire?
I'm not Officer Hill. I didn't speak with him. I don't know what he was running towards. I just know that he was running towards the fourth grade building with other officers.
So then it's your opinion that
I don't know what he was running towards. I just know that he was running towards the... Come on. Come on.
Adrian not only drove towards the gunfire, he also made it into the building and he ran to the gunfire too. Then, based off your analysis, right?
I'm sorry. You said about Mr. Gonzales. He drove to the gunfire.
You agree that Mr. Gonzales drove into the gunfire, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and he actually went to the gunfire because he made it into the building.
Yes, eventually, yes, he did.
Well, way more than 25, 30 minutes before Hill did, right?
Yes.
Okay, that's all I was asking. So at some point, and there still hasn't been an accurate communication of what Mr. Limones had told the dispatcher back when he called at 11:29:05, right? It still has not been, no one knew exactly all those details, right?
For that first dispatch?
Yes, sir, at 11:29:05.
That's going to be Gilbert Limones' 911 phone call?
Yes, sir.
And which radio communication are you referring to?
I'm just saying nobody had that information at that point. No one had, let's be specific. Since they asked you about when Adrian showed up, Adrian parks his car at 11:31:55, correct?
Approximately.
He didn't have the information that Mr. Limones was telling the dispatcher, correct?
At that point, so he arrived, Mr. Gonzales parked at 11:31:55 and the radio transmission came out at 11:29:36. He would, depending on how his radio was programmed, it's possible that he had access to that.
Well, 11:29, say what, 36? The dispatch was to Randy Hall.
Yes, but the way the radio systems work, other officers can't hear that traffic as well.
Well, it depends how they're programmed, right?
That's true.
And
yes.
all I'm saying is all it said was shots fired, shots fired. That's why I was saying nobody knew the information that Mr. Limones was telling the dispatch. That's all I asked you initially.
Not the detail of it.
That's what I mean. So when Adrian's included in everybody, right? Nobody, right? Adrian is included in all the other officers. Can we treat him like the other officers?
Yes.
Okay. So he didn't know at 11:31:55. He did not know what Mr. Limones was reporting to dispatch.
Not the details, but he may very well have heard this radio transmission.
I understand. I'm talking about specific details, right?
I'm not Mr. Gonzales. I don't know what he heard.
Based off the radio transmission.
Oh, Jesus. this is like pulling teeth the long way. So
The radio transmission says an accident, shots fired, essentially. That's what she dispatched Hill to go do, right?
Correct.
If I have you en route to Old Carrizo's Road, that's what she tells him to do. I have one vehicle accident, white pickup truck crashed in a ditch. I have a caller advising me, male subject has a gun. Shots fired, shots fired.
Yes.
So everybody could have heard that possibly, depending how the radio was programmed, but that's all they heard.
Possibly, yes.
But that's not all she was told.
That's not all the detail that Uvalde gave.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So there's a disconnect there in information. But that information is critical for every one of these officers because they're going into this circumstance, right?
It is critical information, yes.
So Adrian shows up and his car at 11:31:55 is parked by that fourth grade building, right?
Kind of to the southeast of that building and just to the west of building E.
He's going to get a picture up for us, but until then, I won't waste his time. Yeah, you can use your pointer.
Are you okay with that?
Yes, sir, absolutely.
Roughly about that location right there.
And we'll get the actual picture. But so at some point, there's a description of there's something put out there that someone's running, that there's some suspect running, right? At some point.
I believe so, yes.
And so you know now, and during your investigation, that Adrian Gonzales was driving towards a person running.
Yes.
And so potential information he could have had is there's an accident, there's someone running towards the school, there's a gun, and there's shots fired. And Adrian Gonzales doesn't stop on a corner. He goes all the way into the school, right? Towards a person running.
Yes.
Officer Hill didn't do that, did he?
As far as when?
Well, I mean, when he first got to the scene, let's talk about both officers first getting to the scene. Mr. Gonzales, because they compared Saucedo to Gonzales, and I'm going to get there in a second. Let's compare Hill to Gonzales. They both have the same information. Gonzales drives into the scene towards someone running that he thought could have a gun. Hill stops on a corner, right? In general, basically.
Momentarily, yes.
Okay, momentarily. Sure. Okay, that's good. So can you see this over here? This is Defense Exhibit 8. And we see, I'm not sure. So Officer Hill's over here somewhere, right? At some point?
Yes.
Okay. And Adrian Gonzales is here, driving towards an individual that was running, that had a gun, shots were fired out of school. He drive all the way in here, correct?
He did drive towards that location, and there was somebody there, my understanding.
Now, it ended up not being the shooter, but we're making assessments at the time because what we have to do is analyze, as you said earlier, each individual officer's decision-making based off what they knew at the time, right? What they were dealing with. And so at the time, Officer Gonzales thinks that knows or hears, he doesn't know for sure yet, that there was an accident initially, that there was someone with a gun, there were shots fired, and there was some type of running towards or out of school, roughly.
Yes.
Okay, and he goes towards that. He's acting. Would you agree that this is a person of action?
He's driving to, I guess, what he perceives as somebody standing there, if I recall correctly, has fallen down.
Right, but they were running first. Remember, because you have to either walk or run before you can fall, right?
Yes.
And so
well, not necessarily. But
well, if Ms. Flores said she was running, she testified to this jury, you believe that I told you that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for that. And so Mr. Gonzales is acting. You believe this is action, correct?
it's action.
Okay. And so once he gets there, I noticed not in your critical timeline, there's not a place that acknowledges what Melanie Flores told this jury. And what she told this jury, just so you know, is that she was with Adrian Flores dealing with this situation for 2 to 7 minutes. That's not in your timeline, right?
When this timeline was created, it was just based upon the initial interviews, and I'm going off of what Melanie Flores' initial interview contained.
Well, she only interviewed twice, right?
I don't know for sure. I know there was something after the initial interview, but I was not a part of any of that.
She's a critical part of their indictment. You understand that?
Yes.
Okay. And so you're telling me that you weren't asked to look at both of her interviews and incorporate that in this critical timeline?
I only looked at her first interview. I didn't see the second interview.
And then
wait, what? Like, this is the thing. You've got to actually, if you're an expert on something and this guy is like trying to testify and, give his, you've got to look at everything. You can't just be like, hey, I looked at, I only looked at some things and so.
the first interview said, basically what I'm telling you, they both collectively say this, but that She came in to interview with you guys 7 days later, right? You guys didn't go to her, she came to you.
I didn't conduct the interview.
Did you review it at all?
It would have been about 3 years ago, and I don't recall the specifics of the interview.
They're relying on her specifics, and then they have you as a witness to testify to this jury. You understand why I'm asking you specifics, right?
We had Ms. Flores come testify, Your Honor, is what she said.
But then why put him up on the stand?
For all
Okay,
Miss Flores could testify, and he's like, then why are we listening to this guy? Like, oh man, I mean, can you imagine you walk into the doctor's office and you're like, Doc, what's wrong with me? And the doc's like, well, I read one of your tests. And you're like, wait, you read one of my tests? Like, why didn't you read all of my tests? And the doctor's like, that was a lot of words. I read this one test and it says you're fine. And you're like, what about that other one? The one with the big red ink and the exclamation marks on it. He's like, I haven't read that one. Too many words on it. And you're like, but one of those words is like terminal. The doctor's like, don't worry about that. You're good. So it's like, are you kidding me?
neither one are legal objections. Overrule, proceed.
Okay, so you can understand why I'm asking you specifics at least, right?
Yes.
Okay, and so I understand what your answer was, but that's not important. Her 2 to 7 minutes with Mr. Gonzales after he drove to this dangerous situation is not incorporated in your critical timeline, right?
The unaccounted time for Mr. Gonzales would be incorporated in the timeline.
And see, that's where I'm going. See, because they want you to testify to this unaccounted time, and if this unaccounted time was told under oath to this jury of a 2 to 7 minute timeline, it's not unaccounted anymore, right?
From my perspective,
Let me ask you a question. I don't want your perspective right now. I don't mind it. If there's unaccounted time that the government wants you to testify to this jury, because they want this jury to hold Adrian Gonzales accountable for unaccounted time.
That has nothing to do with questioning the system fact.
So let's talk about unaccounted time. There's 2 to 7 minutes that Ms. Flores testified to this jury that she's with Adrian Gonzales at that exact scene. That's important if you're analyzing unaccounted time. Wouldn't that be something you would have wanted to know? That's all I'm asking.
I didn't have access to that particular type of information.
Oh, I know, and I'm not blaming you for it.
Whoa, what? This is the other kind of answer that when I hear from an expert, it does that little record scratch in my head. It's like, wait a minute, their expert doesn't have access to critical information. Oh, this expert was fed a curated diet of bullshit in order to make sure that he comes out with the right, thing. Oh, isn't that lovely?
By the way, I understand that, Ranger. I'm just saying that would have been important information for you to know if you're analyzing unaccounted time.
It would be important information, but I actually prefer not to have that information in advance because I used my.
I want to make sure I understand you because I don't want to misstate something.
I prefer not to have that information. It's like, wait, you want to do this with less knowledge, not more? What?
So you're here to analyze, give your opinion of unaccounted time to this jury, and you don't want to know of potential reasons for that unaccounted time because then it would be accounted for.
My role in this particular part was
Did you hear my question? I asked a specific question, Judge.
Let me answer the question.
Okay, I'll overrule the objection. You can answer, sir. Finish your answer.
Yeah, all I'm saying is if you're here, well, he sustained, he overruled your objection, Bill.
But he said you'd let him.
No, that means he didn't answer my question.
Okay, so restate the question. Listen carefully, Ranger, and answer it as quickly and as specifically as you can, okay? Go ahead.
He's like, he overruled your objection, Bill. Oh man, I love that. He's like, Bill, sit the fuck down. The prosecutor very much doesn't want him to answer this question. And we're seeing the prosecutor starting to object more and more. And the reason why we're seeing that is because this witness is drowning. And the prosecutor is trying to defend him. The prosecutor is trying to, protect this witness. And I'm like, dude, let your witness swim or drown on his own merit, because if he's drowning, that's on him.
If you're analyzing unaccounted time, and there's a potential reason for that unaccounted time, 2 to 7 minutes, would that be important for you to analyze unaccounted time? That's all I was asking.
Yes, it would be important.
That's all I was asking. And so
it's like, how difficult is it to answer that question? But he doesn't want to answer it because, of course, the answer makes him look like a moron because he didn't look at it and it was important. And it's like, there's all this important information and you weren't looking at it. Well, then what are you there for? I had some people asking me, when are you going to do the Onion review? I can talk about the Onion right now. So, this is Sarson's fiery, hot, and spicy onions. I saw these at a store where they had like a British section, and I was like, hot and spicy onions? You have got to be kidding me. This sounds like the best thing ever. And so I bought them, and I've eaten a bunch of them already, but I thought I'd tell you guys about them. So there's little brown pickled onion. It was white, but it's brown because of, you know, the whatever. And so it's an interesting flavor because it's got a bit of sweetness to it. You know how sometimes pickled onions are sweet and they have that. So there is some sugar in that mix, but it's actually surprisingly spicy. I mean, it's not a problem for me. It's not like, you know, and keep in mind, my spice tolerance is insane, but I detect it. I definitely am just like, there's some spice to that. Those are really good. I would like, I'm thinking those go in a Caesar. I'm thinking those go in a sandwich. I'm probably going to try making a sandwich at some point where I slice those up and put those in the sandwich. Because those are nice. And yeah, they've got a label here: onions, barley malt vinegar. That'll be a little bit of the sweetness. Sugars. That'll be the other. Black peppercorns, pink peppercorns. Dried bird's eye chili. That's why it's got some spice. It's bird's eye chili, also known as Thai chili. So yeah, Dad would have loved them in a martini. They're not bad in a martini. So yeah, those are tasty. And somebody else asked me no, they're made in the UK. These are British. And somebody wanted the pupper eyebrow swoop. We can do that. So 1 second here. Do you worry about bad breath with all the spicy food? No, I mean, Mrs. Runkle hasn't complained, and she's really the only one who's got grounds to complain. So yeah. All right. Got the vehicles unfrozen. Nope. Nope. They are still what they are. So yeah.
And so that's not in our critical timeline, but that's something that was testified to. So we have Adrian with Ms. Flores for 2 to 7 minutes. And I know that's a range, but that's her testimony, okay? And so they were asking you that it took between the time Adrian shows up and the time that the shooter goes into the building. I thought you said it was 1 minute and 4 seconds. Do you remember saying that? Yeah.
That would be the time between when Mr. Gonzales parked to when the shooter entered through the west door, approximately 1 minute and 4 seconds.
So, there's a marker.
Right now, just this. I should fire up another drink, but.
We're going to go over that in a second. These are some times based, and then I just took them from your critical timeline, by the way. So let's just go over it really quick. 11:29:05, 911 call Limones, right?
Yes.
Okay. 11:29:36 is not on here. A Hill is dispatched to this location.
Yes.
11:32:23, we're going to get there, but I'll give you kind of a heads up. Mendoza shows up at the scene.
Yes.
11:32:29, Saucedo shows up, correct?
Yes.
11:33:32, Coronado shows up, right?
Yes.
11:32:58, shooter enters the building.
Yes.
58, I'm sorry, not 38, 58.
58, yes.
And 11:32:59, it's going to be, well, it's going to be critical in a second. Adrian says something over the radio about maybe where possibly the shooter could be.
You mean to look it up?
Yes, sir. If you didn't look at it yet, yes, please.
Yes, I found the transmission.
Okay. So 11:31:55. Adrian parked. Correct?
Correct.
And then now you know, but you didn't know it at the time. There's a 2 to 7 minute period where Adrian is dealing with gunfire because he can hear it too. We're going to talk about that 14 seconds later. And he's dealing with a frantic individual in front of him. Okay, right?
Yes.
Okay. And maybe you don't know this, but she testified that she's telling him south entrance, west side. I mean, there's a lot of things going on at that time, and that's understandable because she's under stress.
Objection, that's a misstatement of the evidence. She never told the officer the south entrance.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, what the lawyers say in their questions, as I told you before, is not evidence. If your recollection of the evidence you heard differs, rely on your own recollection. Proceed.
But now that you've reviewed her interviews, you know that the ranger and Mr. Garza here, their investigator, had to correct her and said the shooter did not enter through the south building. You know that she was corrected during one of her interviews, right?
I wasn't aware of that.
You weren't aware of that? Okay, well, I will represent you, and they're not going to correct me because she was corrected, okay? So 11:31:55, and you're saying 1 minute and 4 seconds later, the shooter enters the building, right?
Yes.
So if the shooter enters at 11:32:58, that's where you're getting the 1 minute and 4 seconds, right?
Yes.
And so this is what we're really talking about. We're talking about 1 minute and 4 seconds when somebody's claiming that Adrian shows up on the scene, dealing with everything, and the shooter's in the building, right?
What about that time?
Well, he shows up to the
Correct.
scene. He's dealing with someone frantic. He hears gunshots because 14 seconds later, he says, shots fired, right?
Right.
He's trying to observe and orient himself, and then maybe he's getting shot at. He doesn't know where this fire is coming from, correct?
Correct.
And 1 minute and 4 seconds later, the shooter's in the building. Right?
Yes.
And once the shooter's in the building, Adrian doesn't know when he went into the building. There's no evidence that shows that, right?
Correct.
Because he's on the southeast side and there's no line of sight, correct?
Correct.
He had no idea that he had entered the building at 11:32:59, right?
There was some radio transmission, I believe, by Sergeant Coronado saying that he may have made it inside the building, but
That wasn't Coronado,
there was somebody that had radio transmission.
but it wasn't Coronado, right?
I can't say for certain.
But you just tried to tell the jury that it was Coronado, but it wasn't Coronado, right?
There was transmission shortly after.
But it wasn't Coronado, right?
After
The
what?
shooter entered through the west door.
Yeah, so shortly after is 11:32:59. Will you look at your critical timeline and tell me what that is?
This is when Officer Gonzales says going to be on the west side of the school, by those vehicles. Supposed to be wearing all black, all black.
What is supposed to mean to you? So when someone says supposed to be doing something, it indicates that they didn't see, they're being told something. So supposedly this is what's happening, right?
And that's possible.
In general. And so he says supposed to be wearing black. So by the time Adrian shows up on the scene, is dealing with a frantic witness, and there's nothing, Miss Flores, I'm not criticizing her at all. She's got a lot going on. She told kids to go back inside. She's fallen. She thinks she's being shot at. She's hearing sounds. There's echoing, right? He's dealing with her. He finally gets oriented. He reports at 11:32:09, shots fired, right? That's from Adrian Gonzales.
Correct.
Okay, so he's there. He's got to get out of his vehicle. He sees a potential victim. He doesn't know. He thought it was a suspect as he drove into it because he took action. And he takes more action by getting out of his vehicle. He didn't stay in his vehicle, right?
Based on what you're telling me in his interaction with Miss Flores, yes, he didn't stay in his
I
vehicle.
appreciate you trusting me. I really do. But based off your interview, based off your investigation, you know he got out of his vehicle.
So this is the second lawyer I've seen use the "I appreciate you" thing. And I just want to say the other one was Carrie Morrissey. Both of them using the "I appreciate you." It's like, I'm going to steal the fuck out of that. I'm going to steal the "I appreciate you" thing because it is such an effective little turnaround. And yeah, but And this is another thing. You can see that the defense lawyer here knows this case better than this expert does, right? And so every time the expert starts saying something that's not true, he's like, "But that's not true," right? And that's what you have to do as a lawyer, is you have to know the case better than the witness does. And it's essential. So he's doing that, and the witness is like, shit. How does this guy know this better than me? Well, because he reviewed it more than more recently than 3 years ago.
I didn't conduct an interview, but yes, he did get out of his
But you did do an investigation, right?
I participated in the investigation, yes.
But that participation has a critical timeline that everybody's depending on, right?
Correct.
Okay. And so so that takes more action to get out of your vehicle, right?
Yes.
And then if there's shooting going on, you have a better chance or a worse chance of surviving if you get out of your vehicle?
You have a better chance if you get out of your vehicle.
Get out of the vehicle or stay in your vehicle and try to hide and not be seen to get shot?
As me being a police officer, I would not want to stay in my vehicle.
Tactically, right? You either get behind the engine block or you run.
Or find some other cover or go
I got it.
to the threat.
Right, but you don't get out of the vehicle and subject yourself maybe just to stand around and pace, right? You wouldn't be pacing back and forth.
I would not.
Okay. And so all I'm saying is he gets there, he says shots fired 14 seconds later because he hears them himself, right? And he wants to relay, part of your training is to communicate to other officers to let them know, hey, there's shots fired, heads up, right?
Yes.
Okay, and then between here and here, a minute, give it a different color. Thank you. So from here to here is a minute and 4 seconds, right?
From the 11:31:55 to the 11:32:59. Yeah.
58.
Yes.
Right? That's a minute and 4 seconds. At 11:32:59, Adrian, after getting information from the witness, listening, because he never saw the shooter, but he's listening to things, he's giving an approximation. He's making educated guess to notify their officers, west side of the building, west side of the...
Testifying, this is not asking a question, Tom.
He's relaying information, Judge. I'm just trying to...
Okay, saying what...
Go ahead and ask the question, please.
Okay. He transmitted.
The prosecution's like, I really have to stop the bleeding. And I mean, he's allowed to lead. He's allowed to tell a story and then ask, is that what happened? So yeah.
Because they transmitted. Adrian transmitted information to everybody on the radio, correct?
Yes.
And part of that transmission is he says supposed to be wearing black, correct?
Yes.
And that was a second after the shooter had made it in the building, correct?
Yes.
And that's consistent with someone who has never seen this shooter. Would you agree with that?
I would agree with that.
Yeah,
Yes.
and so he obviously had no idea when this person entered the building. So he's relaying the information. As soon as he's gathering it, he's relaying the information, correct?
Yes.
But the shooter's already in the building.
At that time, yes.
And the time that he shows up at the scene to the time the shooter gets into the building is 1 minute and 4 seconds, right?
Through the west door, yes.
Okay. And then once he makes it in that building, 20 seconds later, he's assaulting those children.
Objection, misstatement of fact, Your Honor, it was 45 seconds. He testified.
I'll make it real easy, Judge, if you will.
Well, I need to repeat it. The objection is overruled. Rely on your own recollection, ladies and gentlemen. Proceed.
And now the prosecution is objecting so that he can testify, basically. So, yeah.
Okay. Does someone have to enter a room to assault somebody with a weapon?
No.
Yeah, that's what I meant. So do you mind if I use an example? You and I are I'm shooting at you hypothetically?
Please.
Okay. If this is a door in front of you and I'm standing up.
I love how polite and respectful he is, where he's like, do you mind if I use a hypothetical where, I mean, he's asking him, is it okay if you be Bob in my hypothetical, right? And I'm like, I wouldn't have thought to ask the question. I would have just dove into the hypothetical because that's just how I do. And, but instead he's like, are you okay with that? And the guy's like, please. Okay. Now you can't complain. On we go.
By that door and I have a weapon and I'll still aim down and I'm shooting at you with this weapon through the door. Am I assaulting you?
Yes.
So the assault happened 22 seconds later, right? You can look at your timeline.
From the hallway, yes.
Yes, sir. From when he enters the building at 11:32:58, in 20 more seconds, he goes down to 112 and he starts shooting that door. 22 seconds, please.
Do you want me to calculate that for you? Or?
No, you don't need to do it for me, but do it for the jury, please.
So yes, approximately 22 seconds.
That's what I said, 22 seconds. So 22 seconds later, he walks to 112 and just starts shooting through the door. So he's assaulting those children in those rooms.
Yes.
Okay, that's what I meant. And so all of that is calculated. And so we're trying to analyze and hold Adrian responsible for 1 minute and 4 seconds plus 22 seconds, right?
There's additional time to consider.
I got it. But essentially, I'm talking about when he gets into the building, which he didn't know what happened, to when he starts assaulting those children. It's 1 minute and 26 seconds.
From the time he starts shooting into the classrooms.
That's from getting into the building to shooting the classrooms. It's 1 minute and 22 seconds. I'm sorry. From when he gets there, from Adrian gets on the scene to him shooting the classrooms, it's 1 minute and 26 seconds.
To starting to shoot in the classrooms.
Right.
Yes.
That's it. And this whole time, Hill is still at the corner somewhere, right?
He arrives at the scene, like I said earlier, approximately 11:33:17 is when he parks at the intersection.
That's just what your opinion. That part's not in the critical time. That's your later on assessment, right?
I did observe it on a camera angle, but yes.
Did anybody ever interview Hill?
I don't recall.
Would it have been important for someone to ask Hill, why didn't you go to the school and why did you stop on a corner?
I can't answer that question. I wasn't involved in any of those interviews.
No, but I'm asking you, in your opinion, your training experience, would it have been important for us to consider why Hill went to a corner when he's dispatched at 11:29:36, 3 minutes before this person even enters the building, why he went to a corner instead of to the school? Wouldn't that have been important to ask?
It would have been an important question to ask, along with why you responded to the school and your actions around your once you actually arrived at the school.
Yes, sir. But that wasn't done by anybody. It's not your fault. That just wasn't done.
I don't know if he was not interviewed or was interviewed. I'm not sure.
That would have been important to put in here, right?
The timeline doesn't include every single event that occurred. You'd have to go to all of the investigative reports in order to get more details about those interviews.
Well, I represent you. We don't know why you went to that corner, okay? So.
All right, folks, let me go ahead and give you your lunch recess at this point. Take an hour, get back as quick as you can, and remember my instructions. We'll be in recess for 1 hour, which I get 1:35. Would everyone rise for the jury?
So I just want to say, lunch is your enemy as a defense lawyer on a cross. So are breaks and so are whatever. Because when you have a witness that you are like, you're on a roll, you're cooking this witness, the last thing you want is for them to have like an hour to sit down and think about how to weasel on your shit, right? You don't want that at all. You want, so I have had times when I've just been like begging the judge to be like, can I have another 30 minutes and then you can go to lunch? I have cut crosses short so that I could promise the judge, I need another 20 minutes, judge, and then we'll go to lunch. And I have intentionally been like, okay, I'm going to throw out part of my cross just so that I can keep this guy on the ropes for those 20 minutes. Like, let me have those 20 minutes, judge. And then, because you absolutely like lunch is, any of these breaks are awful because every defense lawyer has had the experience where you've got a witness. You are just ripping this witness to shit. You are tearing into them. And then it's like lunch or end of day or like bathroom break or whatever else. And they come back and they're smug because they've thought of the weasel out. And sometimes it even works. But more often what you're doing at that point is you're having to drag them through the weaseling, right? You're having to like, okay, you've come up with this new excuse that now I have to break down that I've never heard before. And it sucks when that happens. It sucks when you are, when you're like, oh shit, I thought I had this guy. So, yeah, nobody can have been happy about the lunch break. And sometimes people are like, but that gives you as the defense lawyer time to think of more questions. I already thought of all my questions. That's why I'm ripping this guy apart. That's why I'm cooking him on cross, is because I already thought of all my questions. I already planned this out. The only person who didn't have enough time to plan this out is this dude. And now you're giving it to him. Why? Why are you doing that? So yeah, it's tough. So let's see how he does coming back from lunch, because we're not taking a lunch break. The only thing I've got to snack on are hot and spicy onions. So
Whatever testimony or whatever, they had some questions for you.
The prosecution
Yes,
had
the
for me?
government, you guys, prosecution, the government.
oh, we're just going to.
Mr. Levitt?
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Judge.
I'm going to turn off the subtitles. They are an hour behind, like literally an hour behind.
Ranger, we'll try to catch back up to where we were.
Is that gun an SKS? I don't believe it is. No. I forget which gun it is, but I don't think it's an SKS. I gotta figure that out again. Does Zora like the spicy onions? Zora does not get onions. Zora likes spicy things, but onions are not good for dogs, so she doesn't get onions.
During the break, you had an opportunity to speak with the government, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you guys had a conversation about whatever testimony or whatever. They had some questions for you.
The prosecution
Yes,
had
the
for me?
government, you guys, the prosecution, the government.
We did talk about a couple
Okay.
things.
And you and I didn't talk during the break.
Correct, we did not.
So getting back to our kind of.
It's always a good question. Did you talk to the prosecution during the break? Because you know what? I don't talk to my witnesses during a break. Absolutely, I don't. Except to say things like, hey, I'll see you back here in an hour. Don't talk to anybody. There's the, there's the cafeteria or whatever else. You just don't want to, you should assume that everything you tell the witness or talk to the witness about during the break, they will ask them. Like they'll ask them. And if I was the prosecution, I would not have talked to this guy. I would not have spoken to him in the slightest. And if he came up, I would have just been like, we can't talk. You go. So.
Trying to get back to our timeline. I think we talked about, just to recap, we talked about Adrian showing up and parking. We'll talk about what the dispatch said. Shots fired, him announcing shots fired. So he hears shots and he dispatches them. He radios that, correct? Adrian does.
Correct.
Okay. And then the shooter gets into the building at 11:32:58, correct?
Correct.
Adrian, 1 second later, almost simultaneously, but 1 second later, is relaying information on the radio to potentially other officers about where he may think that the shooter may be and what he may be wearing.
Correct.
But there's no evidence, because I think we all agree, that he never saw the shooter.
Correct.
And so he wouldn't have known exactly when the shooter got into the building. He wouldn't have known.
Correct.
Okay, I think that's where we're at. But we do know, and we talked about this, and I think we went over it briefly, that at 11:32:23, Officer Mendoza shows up. Shows up to the corner of Groves and Geraldine.
Yes.
And that would be 35 seconds roughly before the shooter enters the building.
Approximately.
Right, approximately. We'll do the same thing. Okay, so, and you agree that corner of Groves and Geraldine has a different line of sight than where Adrian ended up parking.
Yes.
And when you mean by line of sight, the jury's heard this before, but just recap, it means that if somebody has view of somebody, so if I'm looking at the jury, I have view of the jury because I have line of sight of them, correct?
Yes, unobstructed view.
That's a better way. Thank you for that. Unobstructed view. The jury just came out of the jury room. When they're in the jury room, we can't see them because there's something obstructing our line of sight.
Yes.
Okay. And so Adrian at no point had line of sight of the shooter, outside or even inside, but outside especially.
From the area where there's no visual or no video representation or evidence of where he was at, along the west wall, he would most likely, he would not have had a line of sight of the
Right.
shooter.
Yes, sir. But from the next one, that one. We look at defense exhibit 10, and it barely doesn't cover that corner where the three officers showed up, right?
Correct.
So Officer Mendoza shows up, Officer Sedlo shows up, and then Sergeant Coronado shows up, right? You would agree that those three officers depending on cars and where the shooter was at specific times, has line of sight of the west side of the building.
Other than for vehicles, just like you clarified, other than those, they would have line of sight of the west wall.
And you know, at the point of through your investigation, put the timeline together, you know that Officer Salcedo, the jury's heard this already, had a different type of weapon system, right?
I knew he had a rifle.
Right, and specifically an AR-15.
As far as I'm aware, yes. I never actually looked at his rifle.
Yes, sir. But having a rifle is obviously more advantageous when you're dealing with, number one, a weapon on the other side that is shooting at fast pace, but also when you're talking about distances.
A rifle is preferable.
It's a superior weapon.
Yes.
And
Now let's talk about this. I shoot 3-gun matches when I can. I'm often busy, but like I shoot 3-gun matches, and so 3-gun matches are rifle, pistol, shotgun. Now, the thing about 3-gun matches is that the rifle is absolutely easier. The pistol targets are harder, and you can shoot rifle targets at a distance that pistols simply are not effective at. So, 3-gun matches, they will say these targets must be engaged by pistol, because otherwise people would just run it with the rifle all the way through, right? If you could run it with the rifle all the way through, then you would never touch the pistol. Shotgun is great, except that shotguns are really slow to reload. So people don't like shotgun because a lot of what shotgun comes down to is just how fast can you reload it. So yeah, it's but yeah, rifle is absolutely the better platform for anything where you're not dealing with extreme short things, or where you're not dealing with or where you're not dealing with like carrying it around all day, right? So yeah.
ask all the Rangers, and I'll give you the answer. They all pick the rifle. If you give them the rifle or a handgun, if you have to get unfortunately into a gun battle, you want the rifle.
For longer distances, yes.
And so Salcedo had that, and then there were 2 other officers that still had weapons in their hands as well.
Yes.
They had sidearms. And you know now that Adrian, all he had was a sidearm because the school police did not issue long rifles to their police officers.
Yes.
And so from a perspective of opportunity and ability, in general, overall, we can look at specific factors. These 3 officers had better opportunity and had the ability to engage a shooter that happened to be on their side.
I disagree.
You disagree, Kellen?
What? This was one of those moments when I was watching this and I just went, what? Runkle, do you still compete? I try, but they've really fucked 3-gun in Canada. So it's hard.
From a perspective of opportunity and ability, in general, overall, we can look at specific factors. These 3 officers had better opportunity and had the ability to engage a shooter that happened to be on their side.
I disagree.
You disagree?
So he disagrees that they have a better opportunity and ability to engage. There are 3 of them versus 1. And, that's a huge difference. They've got a rifle versus handguns. If I had let's say I get sent back in time to this shooting, right? To this event. And I am told that I will get $1 million if I can take out the shooter, and I have to swap in for one of these officers, right? We're going to do like a total, or a quantum leap thing where I jump into one of their bodies. I get to pick which one, and I'm going to get $1 million if I take out the shooter. I'm absolutely going for the guy in the AR. Like, the guy with the AR is 100% the guy I'm picking, and not Gonzales, because it's like, all right, that guy has a clear line. He says he's got a clear shot over the radio. He's like, I've got a shot. Can I take the shot? And he's doing it with a rifle. I mean, in his shoes, I am pretty sure that if I'd had the gumption to do it, I could have put holes in that shooter. Like, just, that's it, right? So, yeah. Important marital question. Tomorrow's my dog's birthday. Should I make my wife a steak for dinner too? Honk Banana, no. Yes, you should. So, yeah. And this is the thing. It completely blows this guy's credibility when he says, guy with line of sight and a rifle isn't your best go on this. I'm like, 100%. He's got a semi-auto with a rifled bore. 100% you could hit the target. At the distance he's at, when you look at that map, at the distance he's at, that's not even a hard shot. It's not a hard shot. That guy could have just leaned out the window and just pop, drilled the dude. And like somebody on Reddit would be saying, oh, well, it's, that was not a good shoot. And I'd be like, yeah, it is. Guy was headed for the school. Guy had a gun. Like, absolutely, that it's not even a challenging shot with the AR. It's a very challenging shot with the pistol.
Okay, I want to make sure I understand. So you're saying that Officer Mendoza, Officer Salcedo, and Sergeant Coronado were in less of an opportunity and had less ability than Adrian Gonzales to engage the shooter that happened to be on the west side?
I'm not going to say they had less or more opportunity, but there was means and opportunity available to Mr. Gonzales.
And see,
so he just said that it's like, oh, okay. Yeah.
You're talking about when he was driving in
And after he parked.
Okay, cool. Let's go one thing at a time because you didn't say that on direct, but I'm happy to talk about that. So can you go back to another picture, Chris? One before. Do we have another picture? Go back to the original one then. I'm sorry. So you're saying that when Adrian was driving in, you believe that the shooter was right here and that Adrian drove right by him.
The shooter would be in that general area. And yes, Mr. Gonzales drove past him.
Okay, and so that's why you're saying that Adrian had an opportunity.
Not at that particular time.
So you're saying that Adrian didn't have an opportunity when he was driving by. That's not the time you're talking about.
There was an opportunity there, but it is possible that he was experiencing tunnel vision by focusing on Melody Flores, who was staying further up.
And it's also possible that Mr. Limones and Claudia Perez were correct and that the shooter was in between cars hiding. That's a possibility too, right?
Well, I do know he went between two cars and emerged from those cars.
Well, eventually he did, obviously, because he made it in the building on the same side that these three officers were, right? I know that. I'm just saying at some point, because you have a witness that you interviewed and then you've heard the 911 tapes and you know what Mr. Limones says, that there was a period of time where the shooter was in between cars and was unable to be seen, per Mr. Limones, correct?
May I stand up there?
Oh, please.
So there was a vehicle parked in this space and this space. The video evidence I reviewed did show the shooter come through here. And then because of the distance of the camera, the pixels start to become a little bit more pixelated. When the shooter was in this,
the pixels become more pixelated. Okay. Neat. I guess that's a good thing to hear about here. The pixels are becoming more pixelated. Fan-freaking-tastic.
this area, general area, approximately, he fired several rounds. The first round he fired in this parking lot you can see from the Hillcrest Memorial Funeral Home, the gas expulsion from the rifle as it rises up, and you can actually see it move up.
But that's in any one of your reports? Is that in one of your reports?
It should be in one of my later summaries.
And the later ones, but it's not in the critical timeline, right?
The shot is in, or the sequence of shots would be in there, but that particular statement about the potential gases and smoke.
And you're getting that from a very poor pixel view of because we've seen the funeral home video, the jury's seen it. You're talking about that. You're looking at the same videos that this jury has seen, right?
Yes.
Okay. And that's not a direct angle. It's a very odd angle, and they're not focused on the parking lot of the school, correct?
It's the parking lot is capturing an angle.
But I understand that. But the purpose of the funeral home putting up their camera wasn't so they can look at the parking lot of the school, right?
I don't know what their purpose was.
Use some common sense that they're probably focused on the security of their own establishment, right?
I would say that was the most important, yes.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. They're not focused on the school. You're picking up part of the school. They're not focused on the school, right?
Correct.
Okay. And so that's what you're talking about, because we've seen that video where the shooter is walking calmly and then you see him just get lost in between cars.
He gets, I think you can tell that he's actually walking between these two cars, and then you lose sight. You cannot track the shooter here.
Yeah, but see, you can't track him, but you automatically start curving up this way when you can't track him, right?
I know the gunshots he fires from this general location. I can see the.
But here's the thing: if he is in between the cars, crouching down, and if if you've got this guy focused on Flores, then he doesn't see the shooter. Yeah, we have been talking about it as it comes up. It keeps coming up, and it's going to come up more than that. So, more than it has so far. So, yeah.
Gas smoke, not the cartridge casings, but the smoke coming from the rifle.
Okay.
And as the plume of smoke rises up, it's on.
What would be the evidence of that gas and smoke actually being there from that pixel camera?
You can see it.
What would be the evidence of that? Let's say that there's different opinions on what you think is that smoke from that very odd angle way over here. What would be the evidence to substantiate and back that up? What would you look at?
There was nothing else there that could have caused that plume of smoke.
Okay, what evidence would you show? Would it be spent shell casings, right?
I would show the video from Hillcrest. No.
Yeah, but it's in evidence. We can look at it again. I'm just saying, but the evidence to support that, there's shell casings here, right?
They're fired cartridge casings, yes.
Right, so empty shell casings, right? They're empty? Okay. And the jury's seeing where they're at, and they're placed where they were. And you understand how firearms work, right?
Yes.
Semi-automatics?
Yes.
Whether it's a handgun or whether it's a rifle, it ejects to the right.
To the right, slightly to the back.
Okay, fair enough. But and depending on how you're holding, whether you're moving, what you're doing, there could be different factors on how far that projectile goes and where it ends up landing, but we can get an idea, correct?
Correct.
If somebody shoots a weapon, and it's assumed that I'm shooting a weapon this way, I'm not going to the shell doesn't just go, it doesn't drop straight down.
Generally, no.
Yeah, I mean, it gets trajected, right? Ejection.
Out to the right and slightly to the rear.
I understand. Yes, sir, I understand that, but I mean, it's this way. It's not here. So when you follow spent shell casings, you know that you don't place the shooter where the shell casing is.
Correct.
Right? If there's somewhere to the left of it.
Yes.
And depending, and there's people that have different opinions on that, whether it's 1 foot or up to 15 feet. There's a huge range of where someone can be, right?
I wouldn't say a huge range. Well, it's going to be within reason.
Well, 2 to 15 feet on extreme sides.
I would say closer to 10 feet max,
Okay, in your opinion.
in my experience.
I understand, but there's other people with different experience that may say 15. So 10 to 15 at max, to be fair, and 2 to 4 to be minimal. Is that a range? Can we work with that? So if we have shell.
So we just massaged this witness into 15 from 10. So the witness wanted to go to 10. And yeah.
Casings here, then in your opinion, 10 feet, other people's opinion could be 15, but for sure somewhere between 2 to 4, up to 15, 10 to 15 feet, the shooter is to the left.
Yes, it also depends
I
on
do
the
sometimes
surface
make my own
and whether the cartridge casings land in grass
Or cement.
or on concrete.
Yes, sir.
Or pavement.
Yes, sir. And we see that there is some concrete there as well, right?
Yeah, it's some type of a mixture.
All I'm saying is there's a lot of factors is my point.
Yes.
Okay. And so that's what you're talking about, the opportunity, right? You're talking about seeing it. So I want to make sure I'm understanding this. You're saying that Adrian over here, I'm trying to recreate this. So Adrian over here, behind the building, parked over there, would see this puff of smoke, maybe, and could say, that's someone shooting. So I have a better opportunity than Sergeant Coronado, Officer Mendoza, and Officer Saucedo that have line of sight of this guy. I want to make sure I understand you. That's what you're telling this jury?
Can I clarify something?
Absolutely, sure.
So the plume, can I stand up here?
You may.
So the plume of smoke that I observed on the surveillance camera around here, we're going to be with the first shot that the shooter fired when he arrived here.
Adrian, say that one more time, I'm sorry.
So the plume of smoke that I saw in this general area, that would be associated with close to probably the first shot that the shooter fired here, and Mr. Gonzales had not driven by him yet.
You're saying probably, right? You're saying, so can I go by can we just take your fact as the probably that may be true?
What are you referring to with probably?
You said probably, I'm not saying that.
No, the plume of smoke right here that is associated most likely with the first shot.
Most likely is a probably, right?
Well, the plume of smoke is noticeable right after the shooter fires his first shot from this area.
But you can't say for sure what that is, right? You're just saying it can be associated.
I can't tell you for certain
Yes, sir.
that it's going to be the gases expelling from his rifle. However, there's nothing else here that would cause that same
And
feeling.
from your investigation, where was Mr. Gonzales when that happened?
At this point, he had not even arrived yet.
So you're surely not telling this jury that you want to hold him accountable for a shot that he didn't see, right?
I never did.
Well, but remember, you can see now if you don't mind. But remember my first question before we went through this exercise, I said, who had the better opportunity and ability? And I said, these 3 officers with line of sight and the long rifle had better. And you said, I disagree. And I asked you, what did you mean? And we just gone through this exercise right now. Can I explain?
Can I explain? That was the explanation, dude. You need to explain your explanations? Where the hell are we? Oh, man.
Myself, sure you can. Can I stand like this here? So when these shots were fired right here, Mr. Gonzales had not arrived. The 3 officers at the intersection had not arrived. Mr. Gonzales had driven past and had parked up here. The 14 seconds that passed, he gets out and he gets on the radio and says shots fired. He has now clarified.
You heard something.
He understands that shots are being fired because he put it out over the radio.
But can I stop you this? We go step by step. But before that, it was dispatched that there were shots fired, right?
Dispatch did say that.
Okay, so I mean, he just finally heard them himself, and now he's saying, I'm at location, I'm hearing shots fired, and they're trained to report what they hear, see, perceive. That's part of your observation, so he's doing what his training tells him to do, right?
So he perceives and hears shots being fired, and then he gets on the radio and broadcasts that.
At the point where you need to like explain and explain and explain and over explain and over explain and over explain, like, yeah, this is it's like just be straight. So yeah.
I don't think that's contested. I think that you look so, but you're saying that shows that he has a better opportunity than people that saw the shooter?
So at this point, once he's here and once the shots along 102 and in 104, once those shots start happening, these officers haven't arrived. They're not in a position. They don't have the opportunity. Okay. Here, a possible opportunity is because you have an officer can come down here to gather additional information, and this is the opportunity that was available to the first officer
For 22 seconds before Mendoza showed up, right?
Well, the two opportunities are independent.
Well, let's go one thing at a time. So you're saying that you believe that Mr. Gonzales, Adrian, had a better opportunity or a different opportunity than because shots were fired, and although he didn't see it, he heard them, right?
He acknowledged it, yes.
Well, sure. Is there a special class in either TCO training, Texas Commission on Law Enforcement? Every officer in Texas has a TCO license, correct?
Yes.
And in the pattern of the Texas Rangers that distinguishes shots fired, and you say, where'd that happen? That's on the northwest side. I didn't have to see it because I can tell. That's on the southeast side. Is there special training to get your ears to be able to tell not just where shots are fired, but then when there's echoing involved? Because you know about echoing, right? Okay. So is there special training for that?
There's firearms experience that we have.
That was my training. Yeah, so there's no special training. Is there a special type of ear, a gift from God, that gives somebody that special ability to tell? Can you do this? Can you do what you're expecting Adrian to do?
Not that I'm aware of.
So you can't do something that you expect this jury to hold Adrian responsible for. Is that a fair statement?
Or are we talking about what I would possibly do?
I'm happy to talk to you about that, but I know you didn't come to testify about that. I asked you something specific about your ability, about your ears. You're trying to hold Adrian, it seems like, responsible for something that you've admitted to this jury that you can't do.
No, I can hear shots.
I know that, but you know where they're coming from?
I'm going to find them.
That's not what my question was. I mean, because when you hear a shot, you're admitting that you don't know where they're from, right? So you're saying that there should be something.
I'm not admitting I don't know where they're from. I have to hear the shot.
The thing is that every honest witness on this one has acknowledged that if you hear a shot and there's a bunch of buildings around, you don't necessarily know where those things are coming from. This guy is like, nah, I can totally tell. I can place this. I can, and he's like, do you have special training for that? Is there like some special academy for this? He's like, nah, I'm just that good. And it's like, well, no. But yeah, this guy is now telling us about his super ears. So, and I started a goal for Runkle, you need another drink. Because, yeah, I feel like I do. So.
So I want to make sure that jury understands you, because I'm not sure I do. So you're telling this jury that you can be somewhere, forget about the stress factors, they're called human factors, right? Let's just set aside human factors for a second. That you can be in a situation and someone can shoot a shot, and can put a blindfold on you to make sure to test your abilities. And you can say that is on the northwest side of me. You're saying you can do that?
I have to hear the shot in order to be able to.
But you should know if you can do this or not. Can you do that?
I can, there have been many times where I have been able to accurately find the location of where shots were coming from.
So you
So this guy is testifying that he is better than all of the other people who've come out here. And it's like, okay, all right. Why is this guy doing the reconstructions? I mean, this guy should be on like SEAL Team 6, like send him after like Osama bin Laden 2. Like, just, dude, come on. Just be honest, right?
You heard a shot and you knew where it was coming from. You heard a shot. You said, that's on the northwest side of me. That's on the southeast side of you. You did that? You've done that before?
I have, yes.
How many times?
I would say a handful of times in my career.
And you've done it with echoing off a building. I don't know if anybody believes you.
Objection to sidebar comment.
I'll sustain. He's right. I sustain myself.
That was, let's watch that at one speed, just because it was one of the funniest moments there.
How many times?
I would say a handful of times in my career.
And you've done it with echoing off a building. I don't know if anybody believes you.
Objection to sidebar comment.
I'll sustain. He's right. I sustain myself, Judge. You're right. And so
He actually says sustained before, before the judge does. He's like, I don't know if anybody believes you. Shit, sustained. He's like, this is Nico maybe getting a little impatient with this witness, or I don't know if it's him getting impatient or if it's just him making sure that the jury hears it. But I mean, the thing is that, man, the defense lawyer's coming off as like relatable, and this witness is coming off as weasel shit. So yeah.
And so you're telling this jury that you have that ability.
Objection is repetitive now, Your Honor.
Let me finish my question first.
All right, finish the question.
Thank you, Judge. So you have that ability.
It's on a fired shot by fired shot basis.
Okay.
Yes, I have been able to accurately determine where shots were originated.
Now let's take it a step further. Have you used this unique ability to tell where shots are coming from once they echo off buildings? That's the second side. That's part of my question.
Do you notice the thing he snuck in there? You've used this unique ability. So, not my file, another lawyer's file, but they had an officer who testified that he could smell cocaine. And specifically, he testified that he could smell cocaine that was in a pouch, in a coffee can, covered in coffee, like the coffee was over the pouch, sealed, in a car that was moving down the highway, and the two cars, the police car versus the accused car, were traveling in opposite directions. And the officer testified that he was able to smell the cocaine from his vehicle. And I think that the defense lawyer asked him something along the lines of, have you applied for the Avengers, sir? Like, was your previous job like airport sniffing dog, right? Like, why do we bother having dogs if you could smell that? Yeah, needless to say, the officer was not believed on that point, but yeah. Sometimes you get officers who think that they are like superhuman.
I have heard echo from shots, yes.
Okay, I understand. So have I. A lot of people have. But now we're taking it a step further. We're testing your ability. So you're saying you can hear shots, know where they're coming from. You said you can do that. Amazing. And number two, now you're saying that you can.
I like that. That's amazing. I love that. Gunshots are actually really hard to place, like in terms of which direction they're coming from. They really are. They echo off of everything. It's tough. So yeah.
You hear shots echoing off a building and you can still tell where they're coming from. That's what you're saying?
I can't comment on that unless I hear the actual shot.
I'm asking if you've done that before. Have you done that before? Have you heard shots echoing off the building and being able to determine where they're coming from? Have you done that before? Yes or no?
The shots echoing off the building from the shots striking the building, or the sound echo?
The sound, sir. Or both. Because there's an echo, right? When shots are fired near a building or at a building or around a building, there's an echoing effect, right?
If you're outside and there's no hearing issues or no major obstructions, when there's echo present, in my experience, the first shot's always been the loudest, and then echo.
That wasn't my question, but I understand that. My question was, you have heard shots fired around buildings or at buildings, and even though the shot makes an echoing off that building, you have the ability to tell where it's coming from. That's my question.
I have accurately determined the location of fired rounds with echoes involved.
You did it first. That's amazing. Okay. And so
Because every other witness testified that they weren't able to do that. This guy, you know, Captain Armchair is, you know, like, put this man in the field, get him where some people are shooting. Because, yeah, he is, that's what he's about.
that's what you're saying now. You're saying that 23 seconds before Mendoza shows up, and then 2 seconds later, Salcedo shows up with a long rifle, and then 3 seconds later, Coronado shows up. You're saying this 20-something seconds when Adrian gets there is dealing with a frantic person. Here's shots fired. He doesn't have your special ability, so he radios it in and says shots fired. And you're
I love that. He doesn't have your special ability. Yeah, it's I just love that. So yeah.
saying that's the opportunity that you say he could have had to know where this shooter is at? Is that what you're saying?
He had approximately 50 seconds from the time he parked to the time the shooter entered the west door.
That wasn't my question though, because you were making a distinction between the time before Mendoza shows up, because that 50 seconds includes these 3 guys over here with long rifle, right?
The portion of it does, yes.
Yeah, so you were talking about this portion when Adrian was by himself, right?
Not in that area where he was parked.
Okay. Remember my first question? I thought it was simple. I was saying Coronado, Salcedo, and Mendoza here had a better opportunity and more ability to engage, distract, deter, stop the shooter than Adrian Gonzales did without line of sight. And you said, no, I disagree. So now we've been doing this back and forth, correct?
The reason I disagree is because before Mendoza, Salcedo, and Coronado can't take action if they're not there.
I know. And that's why I was talking about this 23 seconds, and now you're going to 50 seconds.
Well, because they're too independent.
I understand that. Do you understand my questions?
Do you understand my answer?
I'll ask you questions first.
Do you understand my question? Do you understand my answers? I'm like, oh yeah. Yeah.
Do you understand my question?
Do you understand my question?
And my original question, let's start again. We can start again. I'm going to start again. Coronado, Mendoza, and Salcedo being here with line of sight with 3 officers on the same side as the shooter. You're saying do not have a better opportunity or ability than Adrian Gonzales that never had line of sight, did not have a long rifle, was dealing with a frantic person, a witness, maybe a victim he didn't know at first. You're saying that he had a better opportunity than them?
Objection repetitive, Your Honor. We've got numbers 3-4 times.
Okay, you can answer it, then we're gonna move on. Yes or no?
Yes or no?
Rephrase your question.
Wait. I gotta hear that again.
Rephrase your question.
Oh man, did you just hear that?
Yes or no?
Yes or no?
Rephrase your question.
Rephrase your question. Oh God. Somebody got hot mic there, and I don't know who it was. I see people saying, please tell me that was the judge. It might have been. I don't know who that was, but somebody was just like, oh, I'm just like, wow. Now the thing is that people criticize Canada for having MAID, but like this guy is experiencing MAID right here on the stand. And Oh,
Just answer the question and we'll move forward, okay? Coronado, Saucedo, and Mendoza. On the same side as the shooter. The shooter's on the west side, right?
Yes.
Okay. Same side, with line of sight possibilities, with a long rifle. Do they have a better opportunity and ability than Adrian Gonzales?
No.
They do not. Okay. So, with that being said, I mean, I think that says everything, but if that being said, so you're saying, so these guys here, he's shooting at the building and there's an echoing. Do you believe that there was an echoing going on?
Yes, for some shots, yes.
Okay. And they believe that they were undertaking.
wait, for some shots? How would some shots echo and some shots not echo? Like, is there something where some shots are not echoing? Like, how does that work? I don't get this at all. So, yeah, he's like, some shots would echo. I'm like, okay.
Fire, right? They believe they do.
Yes.
And you would agree that there's no defects behind them.
Yes, correct.
And there's no defects on their vehicles.
Correct.
There's no defects from skipping on the pavement, right? Because they can show some defects on the pavement, right?
Correct.
Nowhere. And there's houses behind them, right?
Yes.
And there's a funeral home over here.
Yes.
And those are structures that would, because bullets don't just disappear. If they leave a weapon, a firearm, they have to end up somewhere, right?
Yes.
And so there's zero objective evidence that these three individuals are being fired upon, right?
Zero objective that they were not being fired at.
There is zero objective evidence. Objective meaning that it doesn't matter about what you're feeling or you're perceiving. There's zero objective evidence that they were receiving fire, gunfire, over here.
I would prefer to use there's no direct evidence to suggest that they were.
Oh, fuck's sakes, dude. We would prefer that you weren't a talking tapeworm, but Christ, we don't always get what we want here. Well,
that's what I mean by objective. Like, okay, objective, direct evidence. There's no direct evidence they're receiving gunfire, right? But they perceived like they were. You mean they perceived like they were, right?
Yes.
Okay.
and you'll note that he started out being very much the color of his shirt, and now he's very much the color of the flag. And he's like a chameleon that changes color to match the bullshit. Because he very pink, very, very pink right now. And this pause expression is, chef's kiss.
Let me represent to you, and maybe you know through your investigation, that Saucedo told Coronado, I think I see him. Can I take a shot? I'm gonna take fire. I'm gonna take a shot at him. You knew that. Okay. And so that we know now, we knew then, we know the whole time, that Saucedo saw the shooter.
According to his interview, it appeared as if he saw the shooter.
Right. And matter of fact, he asked to shoot this shooter. But you know through your training that an officer doesn't have to ask for permission if they feel like they have the need and the facts scenario that gives them the authority to shoot, right?
Legally, according to Chapter 9 of Texas Penal Code, no, they don't. And departmental policies may.
Your Honor, I'm having trouble hearing the witness's answers. If Mr. Code could sit down when he asks the question. I'm sorry, I'm just having trouble hearing.
You can probably pull that microphone. If you're talking that way or looking at that diagram, just pull it down.
Where does the government want me to sit to ask my questions, Judge? I'll sit there. Where you got?
Well, I mean, the local rules are questions are asked from the council table unless you're utilizing a diagram.
Well, I was about to, but I understand that I'm making them uncomfortable, so I'll go over here.
Whatever.
I'm not going to object to the sidebar.
Well,
Your Honor.
object all you
I was
want.
just asking.
I'll sustain the objection to both, to the sidebar, and let's get a witness question on the table.
He's like, I'll sit wherever the government wants me to sit, because They absolutely, yeah. They absolutely know, right? So yeah. All right.
We're trying to. So what, make sure you speak into the microphone for them. And so we know that Salcedo asked for permission, and you mentioned chapter 9. You're specifically talking about 931 and 933, right?
Yes.
Of the Texas Penal Code. Self-defense and then defense of third person.
And the deadly force.
And use of deadly force. Yes, when you get there, proportionate use of deadly force, right? And so under 931, 933, and then the whole chapter, you don't ask for permission if the situation, if you have a reasonable belief of apparent danger and is imminent, then you can use force proportional to what you feel that you're receiving. Right?
Technically, yes.
Well, it's legally, it's not technically. Legally, that's the fact. That's the state. That's the standard, right?
Legally, yes, but departmental policies may be different.
I understand, but let's talk about the law.
Okay, departmental policies can suck my, yeah. Like, oh, there's kids dying. Departmental policies are like, who gives a fuck, right? Who gives a fuck what the departmental policies are when there are children dying? Straight up. So, yeah, that was a shitty response.
Because every department is different.
Correct.
Right? And you know, Sergeant Coronado thought that was ridiculous for him to be asking for permission to use force if it was necessary. You knew that, right?
I was not aware of that.
Okay, well, he testified to that. And so you have Officer Salcedo that had the opportunity because he saw the shooter, had the ability because he had a long rifle, but he didn't take it, right?
So let's walk through this scenario. Let's imagine departmental policies say you don't get to shoot without authorization. And you walk up and you see like this guy walking with an AR. He's been firing into the school. You see him headed towards the school door. You pull up your AR and you give him some extra speed holes. So that guy drops. Afterwards, like the death toll is 0 because you've just dropped this guy. And then they go through this guy's phone and his digital shit, and they find out that what he was saying to his buddies online is, I'm going to go shoot up this school. Do you think they could fire you? Do you think they'd be able to justify firing you? Because I can tell you, they would absolutely be looking to like have a parade for you. Like it's, I would absolutely just be like, go on, fire me. You will be writing me the biggest fucking check. Like, so yeah. Oh yeah. And this is a good point. In Texas, right? In Texas, yeah, departmental policies. Nope. That's not how that goes. Nope. All right.
Correct. He had opportunity and did not take the shot.
And ability meaning he had a long rifle. I mean, that's different than a handgun.
It is different. Yes, correct.
And so having opportunity and ability, he could have distracted, deterred, and stopped, denied the shooter entrance into the west side of that building. Correct?
Yeah, yes.
Okay. And then we're still dealing with Adrian on the other side, dealing with a frantic person that could have been a victim or not, but was a witness, hearing shots, calling them in, right? Calling them in right here.
And everybody asks like, oh, how can you sleep at night being a defense lawyer or whatever? I can tell you if what it came down to was you shot the guy who was about to go into a school and shoot a bunch of kids, how would you sleep at night? Like a baby. That's how you sleep.
113209, right?
Yes.
Repetitive again, Your Honor. Got the 4 times.
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
Give me a list of questions you want me to ask him.
Which ones?
Which ones? What do you want me to ask him?
Pass the witness.
No, not a chance. Not a chance, brother. Not a chance. I know it's hurting you. And so that we have that at 11. So then at 11:32:58, we've talked about now that the shooter is inside the building. Now let's talk about what everybody does once the shooter makes it in the building. Okay, I want to direct your attention to that.
Okay.
So we have the fact that the shooter enters the building. Now Adrian doesn't know he entered the building. Correct? We know that now.
It's possible, yes, he doesn't know.
Right, and well, we have direct evidence to show and to show that he doesn't know. But so Adrian doesn't know he enters the building, but those three officers do know he entered the building.
I don't know that for a fact.
Well, they interviewed, right? Salcedo and Mendoza and Coronado, they all interviewed. You know that.
I know, yes.
Okay. And they all said that they saw him enter the building, but they thought he was going to run through the building.
I'm going to object to that. That's a misstatement of the fact, Your Honor.
Well, he can say no then.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, rely on your own recollection of the evidence. Proceed.
Well, you reviewed their interviews, right?
3 years ago, I reviewed their interviews. I don't recall this.
Why 3 years ago, right? Why?
Specifics.
You're here to testify in front of this jury. We're talking about your critical timeline. And so the last time you reviewed them was 3 years ago?
I love that he finally was like, yeah, let's have a discussion there.
When I created more so the synchronization products, that's based on the video and audio evidence extracted from those files.
But you're part of the investigative team, right?
I had a part in the investigation, yes.
But you know that Mendoza and Salcedo and Coronado interviewed, right?
I do know that they interviewed, yes.
And they believed that this shooter was going to run through the building.
I don't recall what they said in their interview.
They knew that he made it in the building, though.
There was radio traffic shortly after the shooter.
I don't recall what they said in their interview. Well, you ought to. Like, this is literally just your job. So, yeah.
Made it into the building that said, I think he made it in the building, guys.
Yeah, and that wasn't Adrian that said that?
It was not.
Okay. And at the time that radio said, I think the shooter made it in the building, there was a gunfire right after that, right? At the same time. Look at your timeline, please.
Correct.
So at the time that somebody, not Adrian, said, I think he made it in the building, and you know that was Coronado, right?
Yes.
Okay. May I approach? So at the time that the shooter makes it in the building, Coronado says at some point, right after, I think he made it in the building.
It's after Coronado had already gotten back into his vehicle and was driving down to the other intersection.
Yes, sir. And so as that's happening, even though there's knowledge that this shooter made it into the building, these three officers do not pursue the shooter.
They all three relocate to the other intersection.
They do not pursue the shooter.
Not through the west door.
Right. And the shooter entered the west door.
Yes.
And at this time, Adrian is still over here and has not seen the shooter. He doesn't know he entered the west door.
I don't know what he knew at that time. I can only tell you what video and audio information tells us.
But there's no evidence to suggest where he was located. There's no evidence that he saw and knew that he entered the building, right?
I have not seen any evidence.
But what you do know is these people know that he made it in the building. But instead of pursuing the shooter that is shot at the school and is now in the school, they relocate to the other side, right?
I don't know that they knew he made it into the intersection.
So you understand? He is shooting up the west side of the building, right?
Yes.
One of the three says, I think he made it in the building, right?
That's after they had started to relocate.
But does your investigation indicate where they thought he went?
That particular radio traffic was Sergeant Coronado saying, I think he made it in the building.
I know, but I agree with that part. But is there any part of your investigation that indicates with these three officers, where did they think he went? I mean, he didn't just disappear, right?
I would not think that they would have thought he just disappeared.
Right. So there's a man shooting at a school, and then one of the three knows he made it in the school, and everybody drives off and relocates.
Can we look at the other diagram that has which vehicle,
Which
locations?
Which one? I'll look at whichever one you want to. Which one? Come pick it up. We need you. Hold on. Where do you want to put it? Where do you want to? This is the one. This one.
Can you hear me okay? So on the day of the shooting, these parking spaces were occupied. Depending on what obstructions they had here and how they were positioned, they were kind of kneeling down, at least what we saw from Coronado's dash cam. There are obstructions between their line of sight and the west door. So it is possible that they did not see or did not see the shooter enter through the west door.
Oh, good. Is the standard of proof like proof to a possibility? Because if so, then your testimony is really helpful for the prosecution. Like proof beyond a reasonable maybe. Or is it proof beyond a reasonable doubt? Because if so, then your possible shit doesn't go very far. Yeah.
What do you think they thought? What does your investigation show? Because they know that there's a shooter shooting this portion, shooting at this side of the building, right? And then one of the three thinks he made it in. What does your investigation or the Rangers' investigation show? Where did they think he went? Where did they think he went?
I don't know what they thought.
Okay, but nobody asked him?
I'm sure one of the interviewers did.
And you didn't bother checking those interviews? Like, you know, it is literally your entire job, sir. Like, there is... Yeah, and if I'm on the jury, I'm sitting there going, this guy came in to try to convict. That's it. That's his job. And, yeah.
Do you remember them saying they knew he went in, but they thought he was going to run through the building?
I do recall hearing at one point about numerous bailouts that occurred in that area, and that sometimes they would be concerned about the money.
Oh, he only vaguely recalls hearing about the bailouts, which has been a central feature of testimony of like every other witness up until now. And he's like, I think I heard something about bailouts. Dude. Oh.
I'm not sure who said that.
I understand, but there's some evidence, and maybe somebody else can test, maybe they'll call them, but maybe there's some evidence, there's evidence that they thought he was going to run through the building, right?
I can't attest to that.
Okay, but regardless.
Oh, you can't attest to that. Listen, just because your neck prolapsed and you put glasses on it. I don't like this guy. Let's go with that. I don't like this guy.
We know that these three, because it's in your animation, these three blue things that are supposed to be the cop cars, instead of going to the west side door, they do this at different times and they drive all the way around, correct?
Correct. Sergeant Coronado, when he was, and I'm having to approximate this, somewhere in this area is when he gets on his radio and says, I think he made it into the building, guys.
And then instead of going to the building, these two relocate also.
They all three, with Sergeant Coronado leading, follow and drive up here and take up different.
I have never seen an expert admit to being promised compensation based on the verdict, because that would be wildly unethical for, for a lawyer to set that up. So if they did do that, that would be exceptional.
Positions.
And so there had been shooting already by that time?
Yes.
And so they didn't go to the shooting?
They actually went in the direction of it.
Well, so I guess all of this, so if they would have gone this way, that would have been in the direction also, right?
The shooting is taking place here, and they are relocating from here to here, so it's in the general direction.
It's in the general direction, and they end up further away from the shooting than they started. Come on. Like, dude, you could try to just answer the questions in a way that makes it seem like you're being fair to both sides.
No, the shooting specifically is happening here, leading up to a door. So you're saying that this is in the direction of the shooting?
Well, if you recall I said earlier, with these obstructions, I can't say, and I haven't read anything to say if they actually saw the shooter go in the west door.
So they couldn't see, and yet Gonzales, with his super hearing, is supposed to know exactly where they are on the other side of a building. But these guys with line of sight, their hearing is not going to work. They don't know because there's a car there. And like, dude, I know standards are good, but you don't need 2, 3, 4 of them. You just need one set of standards, because the double standard shit you can knock that off.
Well, that's my answer. But you still believe the position is that Adrian had a better opportunity than these three guys, right?
Objection, that's an answer, Your Honor.
Sustained.
He's like, sustained.
Now, as Coronado, we saw the video, but as Sergeant Coronado is relocating, we see him passing Hill, Officer Hill.
Yes.
And I anticipate the government asking you that Officer Hill was dispatched to a certain location, right?
Yes.
And you talked to him about that on break?
Yes.
So they kind of anticipated this line of questioning. They said, well, where was he located? So you guys discussed where Hill was dispatched to, right?
No, I already knew where he was dispatched to. I just didn't.
But they wanted to talk about that with you. Correct? You can answer. There's no attorney-client privilege here.
We did talk about that, yes.
So can we go to 11/29/36 in your timeline?
Okay.
So that's Hill specifically was dispatched to 715 Old Carrizos Road, right?
Yes.
Had one vehicle accident. Was there a vehicle accident at that location?
No.
But that's the same transmission that every officer heard, right?
It was broadcast.
So what I'm saying is, so whoever had the right station set would have heard the same thing.
And was listening to the radio.
Right. And so Adrian didn't get something different. He got the same broadcast, if you heard it, as Officer Hill.
Possibly, yes.
But instead of going to a corner and standing there, Adrian drives onto the campus, right? With the same dispatch information.
He does. He came from the opposite direction.
And he goes into it and he hears shots fired, be advised, shots fired, right?
That was broadcasted.
Yes,
and then he relays the shots fired.
No, I know that, but I'm going off the critical timeline here. So that was, Adrian heard the same thing as Officer Hill did, right?
Which time are you still looking at 11/29/36?
I haven't moved from 11/29/36, sir. Yes, sir.
I don't know if Mr. Gonzales heard that transmission. I can only say that it was broadcast by dispatch.
Well, he drove, objectively, we know that he obviously drove 2 shots fired, or what he thought was shots fired.
That or a crash.
Was there a crash at the school on the southeast side of Robb Elementary?
He drove by the crash.
That was my question. Was there a crash on the southeast side of Robb Elementary all the way where Adrian drove?
No.
But he still went there?
Yes.
Because he was going to the shots fired. So if you're testifying that you can't say for sure if Adrian heard this, right?
I don't know.
So then other broadcasts that they ask you about, you can't tell this jury if Adrian heard that either.
I don't, correct, I can't. Only if somebody acknowledges, can you get confirmation that they heard the radio transmission?
I understand. But we do know that we can see, because the jury's seen this, Coronado, when we see Officer Hill staying there, and I won't go over that again because we've talked about that, and then we know when he eventually 25 minutes later makes it into the building, and then Coronado parks his car, right? Now all this time, because in your animation, and look, it sounds horrible, it bothered all of us to hear it, because you hear the shots, and you're trying to use your opinions of putting the best thing together the way, with limited information, but that doesn't take into account Miss Flores being with Adrian, right? Because that's not in your calculation.
Correct.
Yeah, and it's not that part's not your fault because you didn't know, right?
Correct.
Okay. And so, but at that time, he's still dealing with that. And then we see Officer Coronado coming around. Have you reviewed body cam from Mendoza?
Which Mendoza?
Good question. There's Justin and there's Jesus, right?
Correct.
Jesus Mendoza.
I have.
And is that anywhere in our reports that we can review?
It would be in the large drive of files that we turned over.
And so Mendoza.
He's like, the large drive of files, huh? Interesting.
In your syncing, Mendoza's body cam starts at exactly the same time as Coronado's body cam, correct? 11:35:10.
I don't recall when Jesus Mendoza's body camera starts. I have to look it up, but I know Coronado's started at 11:35:10.
Can you verify? Because Mendoza starts at 11:35:10, but I want you to check my homework.
And on that, I might have to actually look at the video to confirm the start time.
Okay. Okay, but if it started at 11:35:10, exactly at the same moment as Coronado's, how do you recall how that could happen? How 2 officers in completely different locations start their body cams at exactly the same second? Do you have any explanation for that?
Coincidence?
Okay.
Maybe. I mean, the thing is that I actually think that would be a great system. So I actually was like, wait a minute, these 2 things start at the same time. And it gave me the idea of how a system should work for body cams. And here's what I'm thinking the system should do. which is that if an officer turns on his body cam, it should send out a signal to nearby body cams to also make those body cameras turn on. That would be an ideal way for that to work. And then, I mean, they'd have an answer. It's like, why do the body cams turn on in the same second? It's like, because when Officer Joe turns on his body cam, Officer Bob's body camera fires up on its own, right? Like, and that would just make sense. That would also avoid the thing where you get like, you know, some officers turning theirs on and others not. And the other, you know, the other option is this, or just have them always record. What I would suggest is that even better is that the cameras are just always on, but that they have a privacy mode. And the privacy mode would be that it still records, but that it adds an extra layer of encryption such that it can only be decrypted if they really need to. And so where would you need to use the privacy mode thing? Well, if you've got an officer who's like, you know, I'm going to go search this person's car, and then it goes to privacy mode, you're like, well, there's no reason for that to be privacy mode. But if the guy's like, I'm going to go take a number 2, and then it goes to privacy mode, then you just never, then you just never like go back. But, you know, yeah. What is it? I think that's a bad idea. I've seen videos where one cop is recording the others on the sly because the other cops turn theirs off. If they can look down and know, bad. I mean, the thing is that I don't think that if you've got the other cops who are turning theirs off, I don't think they should be able to turn theirs off. Like, yeah, just sorry. But yeah, the privacy mode, you just have it sort of with an additional level of encryption, and you'd say we don't need to, you know, we don't need to dig that up because it's just bathroom footage. It's not relevant. So, yeah. But here that would be still subject to freedom of information. I mean, you normally can't, you know, freedom of information. It's okay. Here you go. Here's the video. It's redacted because it's just the guy on the toilet. So, yeah.
Because we don't have any body cam from that corner, do we?
Which corner?
Good question. The one of Groves and Geraldine, where those 3 officers were there when they had line of sight?
Correct, we do not.
And that would have helped us because then we could have potentially heard from their body cam Mr. Limones and anybody from the funeral home yelling instructions. He's in the building. He's in the building if they were saying things like that, right?
Yes.
I believe the government asked you that hearing, and we went over this exercise, hearing shots fired tells law enforcement to act and go to the gunman, right? If you hear shots?
Correct, to go to the shots.
Right, but like my follow-up question is you have to know where the shooter is to go to a shooter, right?
Or have a general idea of the direction from which shots are coming.
And Randy Hill didn't do that, correct? Immediately?
I think by the time Randy Hill arrived, the shooter was inside the building.
But there was a lot of shots. I mean, how many shots do you think happened at 160 something?
Total,
Yes,
before
sir.
breach,
Yes, sir.
there were 162, not including the shots at breach time.
And you're not saying that all those were before Randy Hill showed up, are you?
Correct.
And all those didn't happen before Coronado showed up at that corner, correct?
Correct.
And they didn't happen before Mendoza or Salcedo showed up, right?
Correct.
Matter of fact, how many shots had happened inside the building by the time Coronado, Mendoza, and Salcedo had line of sight? How many shots had occurred inside the building while they were on that corner?
I'm sorry, give me the beginning time and the end time again.
So how many shots, just to give you a framework, how many shots had that shooter shot inside the building in room 111 and 112 when Coronado, Mendoza, and Salcedo were at the corner with line of sight? How many shots had happened inside the building by that time?
You'll have to give me the start and end time because I'm going to have to calculate it manually.
Well, can you look at, I mean, let's just do some thinking. So look at your critical time. When Mendoza, Salcedo, and Coronado were at the corner.
Correct.
Had any shooting happened inside?
At that point, no.
That was my point. 0 shots had happened in room 111 and room 12 when those 3 officers were at the corner with line of sight, right?
Correct.
Now I want to direct your attention to your animation. So you said, I think on direct examination, if I heard you wrong, please, I'll take it off my notes. You said Adrian called for cover at 11:34:28. Do you remember saying that?
I've got to double check that. What was the time that you
I
said?
wrote down, you testified 11:34:28.
Correct, at 11:24:28, Mr. Gonzales said, somebody can give me a cover unit over here.
That's 11:34:28?
Yes.
Where is that on the critical timeline?
It's not on this version of the criminal timeline.
Well, is there another version that I don't know about?
No.
So why isn't it on this version?
It was a time I created a spreadsheet of all of the radio traffic that with the times adjusted. And that particular file, it contained that communication by Mr. Gonzales was noted on that spreadsheet.
Can I look at that spreadsheet? Is there a way for me to look at it? How can I?
I have it right here.
Did you give it to the government?
Yes, it's included in the.
When did you give that information to the government?
That would have been turned over, I believe, September of 2024.
2024?
Or I believe 2024, yeah.
Let's keep going then. We've got a lot to go through, so I want to make sure. I want to talk about your animation.
It's like, what just happened?
So I guess what I wanted to say about the animation is that's you putting together your rendition of what happened, right?
It was
evidence.
all based upon
Right.
video and audio and photographic evidence.
And is it fair to say that it still is limited by the same way this was limited, correct?
There are limitations with it, yes.
And I wasn't being disrespectful earlier when I said that's your opinion, meaning you're doing the best you can to put things together based off analysis, your training, information that you may or may not have at the time. That's all I meant to say. That's why I said it's your opinion, your rendition.
I put it together based on verifiable video and audio evidence because I wanted to project the most unbiased view of the event. My ultimate objective was to tell the truth of what happened as accurately and as completely as possible.
Okay, can we show it again without the sound? Can we do that? Oh, just because there's family members in here. We're gonna with your permission, can we watch it without the sound?
Yes.
I loved that moment because he's like, listen, we want to watch it again, but we don't need to do this to the family. And I'm like, yeah, right? Because he gets to dunk a little bit on the prosecution for that. And at the same time that he gets to dunk on the prosecution there, he also gets to be a decent human being, right? The jury's gonna like him better for not subjecting them to that again.
Okay. Yeah. I think the Filipinos have to, yeah,
They can do it.
I love this. A Texas body worn camera isn't subject to open records. There's a specific statute on body worn camera video. Can't be released to media public before trial unless it serves a legitimate law enforcement purpose. Makes sense. I mean, release it after trial, but yeah. And the thing is there's been plenty of instances of police getting caught doing something stupid or something criminal or the like because their camera was on.
Yeah, they can do it.
Nico is a really, really good attorney. I am just nonstop impressed. I keep waiting for him to make some noticeable fuck up, and I haven't got there. So,
Do you mind if I ask you when to stop? Sure. Thank you. You can play. And this is the sync time that you use for the critical timeline, correct?
Yes.
This should link up.
Within a second because of the millisecond.
And so as we're waiting for him to drive down here, he's already shot his grandma, right?
Yes.
You're right. Now we're going to see Mr. Limones and Mr. Briseño come out of the funeral home,
Yes.
but Claudia Flores is still back at the funeral home.
Yes.
And that's the young lady that you interviewed.
Yes.
Good.
Now at 11:29:36 is when dispatch puts out to Randy Hill that there's been an accident and then shots fired. Is that correct?
Yes.
Because Mr. Limones is actually on 911 when he's walking out there.
Yes.
This is the president. So real time, he's telling them, being shot. And then at 36 is when there's a dispatch. Right there, right?
Yes.
Roughly. But then in the same call, he's talking about running towards the school, wearing black, shooting at the school. That's all in the same 911 call, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Can you guys stop it at 11:30:58 the best you can, please? Pause. Thank you. So by this time, there's been a dispatch to Randy Hill that shots have been fired. But Mr. Limones has been saying it's towards the school, running towards the school, wearing black, right? I want to make sure we have context right there.
Yes, and there's a simultaneous 911 call from
Nobody incorrect. And there's another person in the same room. It's very interesting there that they have people just answering phones and dispatching at the same time, right?
Right.
Now, in just 2 minutes, the shooter makes it in the building. In 2 minutes from here, he's in the building. So this is very quickly.
Yes.
Okay. If you can keep playing, please. Pause, please. And this is where we kind of can quibble back and forth with each other, but whether this little curve happened or whether it was straight, you're just doing the best you can to make an estimate of where you think is happening because there's no direct video of this area.
So where he turned to go down until he gets to,
Oh, sure.
from the point where he turns to go down until he gets to this point, it's a point to point. I noted the time when he was roughly in this area, the time when he roughly gets to that area, and so this animation draws out at an average pace.
But there's no way to objectively for sure verify that he was there versus here. I mean, there's no gun shells, there's no footprints, right?
Not through that, but we do have certain features that are observable from this video.
The same video that the jury has seen from the funeral home, right? That angle.
There are a couple of angles, but yes.
It's the same one. Continue, please, guys. Pause, please. Okay, so you're saying that you believe he was standing exactly right there, and Adrian, because of tunnel vision, drove right by him. Based off what you're saying.
That's a strong possibility.
Possibility. Fair enough. Continue, please.
Note the because of tunnel vision, because that's a good question from Nico there, and he gets a good answer, because if the reason why he doesn't stop is because of the tunnel vision, well, you can't say that he's a criminal coward, and if it was just a physiological response. Detective Maury, I'm not pulling your comment up, but I did see it. Let's just say something might happen. That's as far as I want to go. So, yeah.
Pause, please. Now you're aware that where you put the X's, where you say Adrian was, the shooter was, that's where the shells were found, right? They're not found they're found on this, because the reason why the pictures that the jury has seen, it's in evidence. We see the grass line versus the pavement, the parking lot. We have the pictures. So that's where the shells were, right?
I made the X large enough to encompass the area where the general area where the cartridge casings were, and any other general area where the origin of those fired cartridge casings can be. The X just denotes that shots were fired in that general location.
Well, but really the X denotes where the shells were found, and that's what the really X denotes, right?
And possibly where the shots originated from.
Well, we went through this exercise, right? Where shells are, that means the shooter is not where the shells are, right?
Correct.
Okay, and so we talked about this, went back and forth, so we're gonna give some ranges. On the low side, 2 to 4 feet, on the high side, 10 to 15 feet. You say 10, others say 15. So it's anywhere between 4 to 10 to 15 feet to the left is where a shooter would be if there's shell casings right here, right? I'm giving the range.
Can I stay right there?
Sure.
So the fire cartridge casings for this X in particular were located in this area. So I attempted to place the X in the approximate general location to the left and slightly forward of where the origin of the rifle that fired those shots would possibly have been.
But just to be clear, the shells were found here.
They were actually found slightly over to the right.
The jury has the pictures. Okay, and so all I'm saying is if the shells are here, we have the pictures, then somebody who shot those shells typically would be 4 to 10 to 15 feet to the left of it.
I would say between 4 to 10 feet.
But others would say 4 to 15 feet.
Not others.
I understand that. So you say 10, so it could be 10 feet, but it would not be here, the shooter, right? If it was 10 feet.
I'm sorry, say that again?
If it was 10 feet, using your numbers, if it was 10 feet, it would not be here, because this is where the shells were.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So if you take into account here and you start to draw the feet back, it could be anywhere in this general area.
Okay. But Adrian drives by and we have Mr. Limones and Ms. Claudia Perez that say that at some point this shooter was between cars, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then this is where Mr. Gonzales, where Adrian sees Ms. Flores, and then they're here. And then we've gone through the timelines of what I want to make sure that we have that. So there's no indication that the shooter came out here.
And if you look at this, you see the little, I'm sort of slightly in the way. What is it? Anybody watching the Gundies as well? Not me. You can see here, I'm just going to move myself up a little bit. If he is over to the left, then, that puts him in between those two cars, consistent with every witness. That puts him over, like, in between the cars, which is what repeated witnesses said. And so that, that shows why he wouldn't have seen him, right? It makes sense.
And shot, right?
There was no evidence.
No evidence of that. And because there's these big AC units right here surrounded by a chain link fence.
Yes.
And it's a chain link fence that you can see through.
Depending on where you're standing.
Well,
so the AC units are just next to those X's, right? And the previous witnesses had testified that he was up further along the building, right? This expert is not testifying consistent with all of the other witnesses. So, yeah.
I mean,
only because of the AC units blocking the vision.
Aside from the AC units, the fence is not going to obstruct your view much.
Correct.
That's what I'm saying. And so somebody could be standing here, but somebody could perceive them standing further to the left, right? I mean, that perception, stress, all that stuff.
I can't say what somebody could perceive.
Wait, he just plonked a scale or wrong scale on a scale? Yeah, I have no idea how this is not to scale. But I have a little chocolate bar. It's a coffee crisp. It is the best chocolate or the best candy bar in existence. And I don't think you've got it in the States. So apologies.
But you understand, we talked about human factors. You understand perception distortion?
Perception distortion, can you define that?
We understand time concept.
Can you define that? Okay, but like this is training wheels time, dude.
When you consume, condense, thank you. Time condensation, can condense time, that's something that happens under stress?
It is possible that a person could lose track of time.
And so what perception distortion is you lose track of what perception and what reality is because you perceive it something else. You perceive that it's something else. That's all.
It's possible there could be some slight changes.
Okay. That's all I'm saying. There's auditory exclusion. You did a good job explaining that for the jury. Auditory exclusion. Right?
Yes.
Tunnel vision. And so as we go back up here, if you can play it, please. There are a number of rounds shot into the building, correct?
Yes.
If you can pause. And you've placed Adrian outside of his vehicle here at some point.
He's placed outside the vehicle. However, I cannot verify exactly where he's standing.
I understand. But that's why I was asking you earlier about Ms. Flores, because that 2 to 7 minutes would be important for you to make this assessment about what he was or wasn't doing during this time, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Continue, please. And that's Officer Mendoza. Pause, please. And so we have Officer Mendoza. And so this is where it's a little bit past it, but it's okay. So it's 23 seconds roughly. Mendoza's behind Adrian, right? Roughly. Approximately. Yeah, approximately. And then we have Saucedo. And this is Saucedo with the farm. Now the jury has seen the dashboard because you've seen Coronado's dashboard, correct?
Yes.
And the dashboard is different than body cam. Dashboard is on your dashboard and it's a camera. And it shows the front of what's going on in front of your vehicle.
Yes.
But Coronado had a body cam and so did Mendoza, but we don't have body cam from the corner, from either one of them.
Correct. There is dash camera video from the vehicle that one Saucedo was driving. Not the clearest, but there's dash camera.
Okay. But it's not facing any direction towards the school. Please.
When you can
Keep going.
get Saucedo in a stopping position. So this is going to be generally the orientation that he's facing, and so it's going to capture it. Again, the video there was an issue with the recording system, so the clarity is very poor. Very poor.
But this is my point. They are 20 some odd seconds behind Adrian, right?
That's one of the worst words. Yeah. I don't really like coffee normally, but the coffee crisp doesn't really taste like coffee. It tastes like, it tastes like a candy. So yeah.
And they're not dealing with a frantic witness or potential victim. He didn't know at first, right?
Correct.
Or suspect. Originally he thought it could have been the suspect. And then there's 3 officers versus 1, right?
Yes.
Okay, continue, please. Pause, please. All that time, the shooter was shooting up the school.
The exterior, yes.
And they were right there. And at some point in that time, Saucedo asked to shoot that guy. At some point. We don't know when, right?
Correct.
But before he made it into the school, right?
Correct.
So for this 30 some odd seconds, you had individuals here. We saw the video. They were taking cover and they weren't being shot at. You can criticize that if you want to. But they didn't act to stop the shooter from getting into school.
They didn't take action at that particular moment, but there was a short time period from when they arrived there.
There's a short time period for Adrian too, right?
It's not that short.
So I want to make sure you said a very specific statement there. You said not that short. So you're saying from over here, you think Adrian should have acted over these guys, right? Essentially, to say it.
He had the opportunity.
He had the opportunity to act here over these guys
Before they arrived at the scene.
for those 20 seconds.
It was actually
25 seconds.
so from the time Mr. Gonzales got on the radio and said shots fired, which is confirmation that he's progressed through any type of auditory exclusion or tunnel vision, processing information, or at least he's getting some verbal confirmation of that.
Mhm.
So from the point when he gets on the radio and says shots fired until the shooter enters through the west door was approximately 50 seconds.
They're part of that 50 seconds.
They're a part of the latter half of the 50 seconds.
They're part of the 50 seconds.
They are inside.
Did they say shots fired?
I don't recall any of their traffic having.
Because they didn't do anything. So they didn't say shots fired, but your position is, and we'll move on, that Adrian had a better opportunity than these three men together with a long rifle. It had line of sight. He didn't. On the same side as the shooter. You're just saying Adrian had a better opportunity. That's all.
I'm just saying he had an opportunity and had access to more information.
he's still like, you know, he's like backing down a little bit, but he's like, you know, Gonzales is at fault. And the thing is that to a certain extent, the argument made by the witness is not super wrong, in the sense that if you have 10 people who commit a robbery and you only catch one, then okay, you convict that one. But like, just answer the question, man.
Play, please. And the shooter's in the building, and they're not going to that door, are they? They saw him go in. They didn't go to the door?
They did not on foot go in that direction.
Did they drive in that direction?
They're driving up Geraldine.
Pause, please. Did they drive in this direction?
They did not drive in that direction.
See, because for these kids,
Because if they're going there, they should have taken this route into the parking lot and then immediately followed him in, right?
no one gives a crap about this street, right? You understand that, right? Where Hill is over here, see, he's already parked over here, hanging out, standing around. No one cares about this street. You can smile all you want. He's standing around, right? What was funny about what I said right there? Why did you smile? I want to know why you smiled.
I didn't smile. I was merely just licking my.
I'm actually surprised the judge sustained the objection, because I have asked witnesses, was that funny? You know, on a number of occasions, because it's like, you know, was that funny? Why are you smiling? Sir, you know, this is a trial for like whatever it is. You know, are you not taking this seriously, sir? So, yeah.
My mouth is dry. Okay. Get some water, please. You have a lot of water there. So nobody cares about this street.
Sidebar comment, Your Honor.
Sustained. So here. So he didn't drive to this. He didn't drive to this door.
Objection asked and answered, Your Honor.
Sustained.
They drove around. They drove around.
They drove in the direction of where they believe the gunshots are coming from. I believe. I'm not them.
So you seem to want to put yourself in their mind and make
Objection,
excuses.
Your Honor.
I'm asking. He can say no. I'm asking him a
I'll
question.
overrule that objection. Ask the question, please.
Okay. Are you making excuses for them? Yes or no?
No.
Okay. So they drive this way toward where Hill's hanging out, right? And they don't drive there. We're past that, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Play, please. Pause. So what time did he start assaulting those children at that door?
I have to
It's
look.
11:33:22. But verify, please, because I don't want anybody saying that.
It's like, do you know that this is, he's like, do you know the time? And the guy's like, I don't. And he's like, this is the time, dude. Like, have some prep, verify it, but he's like, come on. Watch Nico's reaction here. He's like, I am losing my freaking mind. So, yeah.
Correct. 11:33:20. Okay. So he's already been shooting for 13 seconds, and these dudes are just hanging out there and they're driving away, right?
Yay for the button. Thank
They're
you,
relocating.
Roketsu86.
Listen to my question, please. He's been assaulting these precious babies for 13 seconds, and these guys are hanging out and they drive away.
No.
They didn't drive away?
I don't consider that direction away.
The direction, their actions, was that helping these children?
They were moving in the direction. I can't testify to what
Use your
they
common
were
sense.
doing.
With their action.
He's like, use your common sense. Quit acting like a moron. Because that's really his approach. He's like, I'm going to, misunderstand, misinterpret, whatever, everything. And he's like, use your common sense. If they're driving away from the school, is that helping the kids? Yes or no?
What they were doing right now, was that helping these children?
I can't answer that question. I can tell you that.
Hold on. Look at this jury. Tell them you can't answer that question. You can't answer that question whether them driving away was helping those children. Answer that question.
Am I allowed to answer this question?
My question you are. I'm asking the question.
May I say?
Yes, sir, please.
Around this area right here is when Sergeant Coronado gets on the radio somewhere in this area and relays the information. I think he made it into the building. Guys.
And how does that help? How is their action, not his words, how is his actions helping those children?
If he says, I think they made it into the building, guys.
I think Nico, like his expression is that he wants to slap this guy. And I mean, I hope the jury's feeling the same thing. Like, I hope the jury is entirely on board with Nico just being like, you know, get him, Nico, get him, because that's where I'm at.
It is possible that when he gets here, he doesn't see the shooter and is letting them know, I don't see them on that side of the building, and he may have made it into the building.
Just for argument's sake, I'm gonna take your where you wanna go with this, okay? I think he made it into the building, but these guys don't run to the building, they drive around it, right?
They moved to another area to set up. I can't tell
Can you listen to my, you have great hearing, you can determine where gunfire is. Listen to my question.
Objection to sidebar, Your Honor.
Sustained, I'm sorry, Judge.
Let's watch that again. He's getting clearly frustrated.
They moved to another area to set up. I can't tell
Can you listen to my, you have great hearing, you can determine where gunfire is. Listen to my question.
Objection to sidebar, Your Honor.
Sustained, I'm sorry, Judge.
Nico's like sustained. I mean, the thing is, this guy, and I say guy with an asterisk on that one, because this guy is sitting here and he's saying that like these guys who drive off to set up like a picnic are doing more than Gonzales is. I just don't see it, right? I don't see it. It's just making this witness look like an absolute idiot, right? So,
And so he says, I think he made it into the building. They don't drive to the building, right?
They do not
Objection has been answered many times.
Sustained.
So in your opinion, their behavior, their actions are helping these children after they know this guy's in the building? Just yes or no?
I don't know what all
Yes
the
or no?
information.
Yes or no?
I can't answer that question, yes or no.
Just say, I don't want to answer the question. You don't want to answer
Sidebar, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Okay. And so can you please read it? A lot of shooting going on right now, right?
Yes. Okay.
What's Hill doing? Tactically, what's he doing there?
At this point, I am not Officer Hill. I did not interview Officer Hill.
Did you review his interview?
I reviewed a portion of his interview.
Okay, what did he say in that portion? What portion did you read? What is he doing in that corner?
He responded to that intersection for a crash. I do not recall the details.
Where's the crash at? Where's the crash at?
Where's the crash at, or
Yes.
where's it dispatched?
Both. Give me both.
Crash location is here. The dispatch to 715 Old Carrizo Road is going to put it actually on the front side of the school.
And with that wrong dispatch information, it said shot fired at the school, right? Everyone knew there was shooting at the school.
There were several transmissions.
So why is Hill standing there?
He wasn't standing there for very long. I can't answer the question because I'm not Officer Hill.
you can't answer the question because you don't want to answer the question. That's the thing, because you know that the answer is just that they're just using Gonzales as a fall guy. And meanwhile, with all of your training and intellect, the most useful thing you could do in the event of one of these things is be somebody's plates. Come on.
And so can you keep playing? A lot of shooting going on still, right?
Yes.
You still with Melanie?
I can't tell you exactly where he's at this point.
Now, pause, please. Not all.
What's his job again? He keeps his glasses off the ground. The rest of it is really that's what he's for. So, yeah.
All these officers, how many of them knew? How many knew that the shooter was in the building?
I don't know.
Well, you knew these three did, right? Or you don't know that either?
I don't know what they heard on the radio.
So you don't know what anybody heard on the radio, you just know what's dispatched.
I know what was dispatched, and if there's not an acknowledgement on the radio by the receiving officer, you can't confirm that they received the information.
Play, please. And while this is playing, you're the one that you created.
Like, where the fuck are they going? Like, are they going to the McDonald's? Like,
The animation? Yes, sir. Yes.
And it changes things up knowing that there's 2 to 7 minutes with Melanie Flores here, correct? That's a factor that would have been helpful to have.
Not in creating the animation.
No, I know that, but I mean in your assessment. Okay, pause, please. So we have the Donald Page showing up, correct?
Yes.
So at some point,
I mean, it might have been useful to put Flores on the animation. That might have provided some context.
you know that Melody, after the 2 to 7 minutes, whichever one it is, and Adrian's with her, she breaks off and she goes to a room here.
Correct.
And she described Donald Page as Adrian Gonzales.
I was unaware of that.
Did you look at her interviews?
I looked at the initial interview and did not look at any subsequent interviews.
Her interviews and her testimony said that Adrian Gonzales was
Why would you only look at some of the interviews? This is so awful.
wearing khaki pants, a short white shirt, and had a full beard. Did you know that?
I did not know that.
But Donald Page goes here, and in your, can you play, please, sir? Adrian leaves cover when he sees Donald Page, and he goes to Donald Page. You know that part, right?
We actually can verify those movements from Sergeant Coronado's body camera.
Well, we've seen the body cam. He's running, it's moving, it's not looking at Donald Page and Adrian in all their context. We know that at 11:35:09, Page is driving onto the campus, right? Roughly, yes. I mean, you can check your timeline. So at 11:35:09, Donald Page is coming in. 11:35:10, Coronado's body cam turns on, and so when Page gets there, Coronado sees Page and Adrian there for they're there for just seconds together, right? Just on the timeline.
I looked at Sergeant Coronado's body camera frame by frame.
I understand.
You can actually see significant movement from both Donald Page and Mr. Gonzales.
Yeah, significant movement towards the school, right?
They were walking.
They're going towards the school, right?
Yes.
And so Page is driving in seconds before Coronado's camera turns on. Adrian comes out from cover. Melody leaves him. This is all within seconds. He goes to Page, and then there's significant movement. They're already moving towards the school when Coronado's running up, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. And then there's another round of shooting, and it sounds louder from Coronado's because it's on his body. Like, shots fired, and he says all that. But when you look at the frame, Page and Adrian have already darted into the building.
They moved, but they were walking.
Then you didn't look at the same video I did. When he's there, he's walking before the shots. As soon as those shots go off and Coronado starts yelling, you look at the frame again. Page and Adrian are in that building. You remember that, right?
I do know that Donald Page was the first, and
By how many seconds? Look at your timeline.
I believe it was approximately a second to 2 seconds.
No, 1 second. Look at your timeline, please.
So the entry time for Mr. Gonzales was 11:35:48, and the entry time for Mr. Page was 11:35:46.
Okay. But you understand that you know now that when they went there, and I guess someone can ask Page, that Adrian opened the door for him and then Page came in. And that happens tactically many times, right?
I couldn't tell who opened the door.
But tactically, when you have two people, that's a smart move. Somebody opens the door, someone comes in, and then the person that opened the door comes in behind them, right? Tactically.
That is a tactical
Okay.
action.
And so if that happened, that makes sense.
Yes,
They essentially both came in at the same time.
very close.
Okay. And then so by the time Coronado and the chief make it in there, Page and Adrian are down the hall.
Yes,
Okay. So you agree that they both acted.
at that point, yes.
They're acting, they're in, and they put themselves in danger by running inside of the building.
Yes,
And you can see that the smoke from the fire of the AR-15.
yes,
And you see Adrian's gun out, right?
Yes.
Side ready. And then there's Page ahead of him, right?
yes.
And then you don't depict it on here, but there's 2 or 3 officers on this side, Martinez. And who else? And who else on this side?
Sergeant Canales
Canales.
and Lieutenant Martinez were the first two to enter the S4, and then there are other officers that came in very quickly after that.
So you have 4 officers initially though. The first 4 officers are, well, first Page and Adrian are the first 2, right?
Right.
Then Martinez and Canales come in on the west side.
Sergeant Canales, Lieutenant Martinez, and Detective Landry were the next 3 that came in.
Okay, so 5. That's 5 officers. These are the initial 5 officers, correct?
Correct.
And we still have Hill up here, Mendoza and Saucedo doing something.
They are actually, they formed into a smaller unit of police officers, and can I stand up there?
Please.
And I don't know, I think they came through here, but I'm not exactly sure. They ended up coming through into this side of the school building.
But Hill doesn't make it in until 25 minutes later.
Roughly, yes.
So he's out here doing something else, but he's not in this building.
Right.
And these other 5 officers are in this building.
Yes.
As a matter of fact, one of the officers, Martinez, takes round and gets hit, escaped in the head, and another one gets skinned on the ear.
Sergeant Canales, yes.
Canales. So the 2 officers that are injured from firepower, from the shooting from the shooter.
Yes.
And then we see, once that happens, because we see Coronados, you see that Adrian and Paige, they don't run.
It's kind of a miracle that no officers died, but I mean, I guess that part of that is that they waited. I mean, they sacrificed a lot of kids to get there, so maybe not so much a miracle, or at least what do you call it when a miracle isn't a good thing? Yeah. Runkle, are you thirsty? Yes.
Away. Correct. In that hallway, and we're not going to belabor this because they heard these are experts on fatal funnels. I mean, that's a fatal funnel.
Yes.
I mean, there's no cover there at all.
No, there's only concealment.
At best, right? But what I'm saying is, but still, Sergeant Page and Adrian, they don't cower, they don't run away.
Correct.
They stay in the funnel.
They move off to the side into a concealment area.
Right, but not right away.
It was within the first few seconds because shots continued to be fired.
Continued to be fired. But that's normal for someone to do that. But thankfully, apparently, the shooter didn't know there was officers on the left side because anybody could have done this and swung that rifle back around the other way and shot down that hall towards Page and Adrian, correct?
Now, the shooter's already in to room 111.
I'm just saying that the shooter could have come out and shot and continued to shoot down the hallway. All I'm saying is it's a dangerous situation for all 5 of those officers.
Yes, it's dangerous. Very dangerous.
And all 5 of them are there, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, hopefully that will have fixed it. Yeah, just the audio.
And even though shots rang out, and like you said, multiple shots rang out, Adrian remained in that danger.
For a period of time, yes.
Yeah, with those other.
So as much as they're saying, yeah, this guy is, is a coward, he clearly charged into where there was danger and stayed there, right? So, yeah, it's, and he was, one of the first to do it by a matter of seconds. Somebody else beat him in there. So, yeah.
Officers didn't even subject themselves to that, right? They're the ones outside?
Which ones are referring to?
The same ones we've been talking about, sir. All these. The ones that formed a little huddle over here, they didn't go inside that building.
There were some that did go in, but Randy Hill was in a group that stayed outside on the east side.
And how did staying outside help the kids? Right? How did that make sense?
Right. And he was the one dispatched initially to do that first call, right?
Yes.
Let me say this to you, good point, Jason. So see, Mr. Limones gave testimony to this jury that there was no way for Adrian to see that shooter based off where the shooter was hiding at one point. You don't know that, but I'm telling you that, okay?
If that was his testimony.
It was. But your animation puts the shooter, almost at Adrian's door as he's driving by, right? You would agree with that?
I wouldn't say he was almost at his door.
Well, that's what it looks like. Is that fair?
I can't place him exactly, but it's going to be in the general area somewhat close. I can't say for sure.
If this jury didn't have this context of this back and forth, and they only looked at that animation, it could be perceived that the shooter is right at Adrian's door as he's driving by. It could be perceived that way. You can say no.
I don't think it could be perceived that he was right at his door, but it could be perceived, rightfully so, that he was in the general area and fairly close.
Okay. Now, the government asked you a question about what the three officers did at the corner, Coronado, Mendoza, and Salcedo, and when they dispersed and they relocated. He said it makes sense that they needed to fan out to find the gunman, and you said yes. Do you remember that question?
From the prosecution?
Yes, sir. I'm directly.
Yes.
Do you understand what he meant by fan out?
Are you talking about Mendoza, Salcedo?
That's where this
Coronado?
question came
Yes.
from. Yes, sir.
I wouldn't say necessarily a fan out, but we don't know at that point if any of those three officers in Sergeant Coronado.
Why would they fan out? Well, because you're talking about a search, right? You're looking for something. You don't fan out when you know where somebody is. You go directly to it. You fan out to look.
I was in the front, actually saw the shooter enter through the west door.
But we kind of do. That's what I'm saying. So I guess my question was, it makes sense to fan out to find the gunman. You didn't need to find the gunman. They knew exactly where he was.
I don't know that they knew exactly where he was.
They knew he was on the west side of the building.
Objection, Your Honor, this is repetitive.
Sustained.
Now, there was a comparison between Salcedo and Gonzales, and he gave you different scenarios about what Salcedo knew was available to him versus Gonzales, right?
Yes.
And I won't go through it all, but you still take the position that Adrian had a better opportunity and ability over Salcedo, correct?
Repetitive.
That was a specific question he asked at the end of his direct examination, only about Salcedo, Judge.
Okay. Let's see, wrap this up. I'll let you ask that question, but unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, as much as I would love to finish this witness, and they still got redirect to go, we're not gonna be able to do it because that juror has to leave at 3 o'clock. So next week, clear your schedules because we're gonna work from 8:30 to probably 5:30 every day. And if you want to bring your lunch and eat in the jury room, that's perfectly fine with me. All right? Finish up, Mr. Lee.
Yes, sir. So your position is that Salcedo.
And again, the end of day, man, does that suck for the defense because they've got this guy on the ropes. The jury's got to be thinking that this guy just sucks. And then the judge is like, we got to take a break because there's a juror who has to go at 3. And I'm just going, don't you have alternates? Like, shouldn't you have cut this guy loose by now? Because if this is the same juror who is dealing with like family shit, cut them loose. Let them go deal with their family shit. You got alternates for a reason, man. So,
Specifically, had a better positioning and that Gonzales, Adrian had a better opportunity and ability than Salcedo.
Initially, right after Adrian Gonzales parked, and more specifically when he was able to communicate over the radio that shots were fired, he's now to a point where he's processed the information. He is in a position where he can confront the threat outside along the west wall. He's already had the ability to process the shooting and to process the information, as opposed to the other 3 officers.
You're making that decision. He's processing that information in 25 seconds before they show up with no line of sight, right? That's your position.
Well, he confirmed it with his radio transmission of shots fired.
all he's confirmed is that there were shots fired. Just because you've heard shots fired doesn't mean shit. Like, that doesn't mean he knows enough to go find this guy.
Shots, right?
Which meant he could distinguish shots being fired.
Well, anybody can distinguish a shot being fired. I'm just saying, but that didn't confirm he knew where it was at, right?
Correct.
Okay, so if he doesn't know where the guy's at, then yeah.
All right, I want to see Mr. Goss huddling over there. I know it's going to be another 2 minutes. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and break. Long weekend, very, very important. Be safe. Don't get sick. Don't catch whatever this flu is going around. Don't fall down. No mishaps. And I think I asked the bailiff to ask you, is there any concerns about 8:30? Were you all able to work that out? Or is there anybody let's do it this way. Is there anybody that can't do 8:30? Okay. We'll see you Monday morning at 8:30. Thank you very much. I was like Tuesday morning at 8:30.
All right. So
That's always the best way to do it, by the way, is just, does anybody have any concerns that mean that they can't make it in time? Yeah, the judge is like, don't fall down, don't get sick, don't anything, because he wants this to go. I am astounded that the prosecution is falling apart as badly as it is. And I mean, this witness did not have to take the ass beating that he did. Like, he chose that. Like, he chose that path and he committed to that path, and he dedicated his life to the, the cause of getting smoked by the defense lawyer. Cause yeah, it was totally a call. The Nico gave him several opportunities to be like, come around, just, tell the truth. And this guy has been fighting the entire way through. And when you fight like that the entire way through, it means you got to be dragged across concrete to get to the truth. So, yeah. I suspect this cross could go for a while longer. I mean, I could see them just absolutely going to town on this guy for for a bit to go. And I want to see how the prosecution tries to save this on redirect. The other thing is that the prosecution has had a long weekend to write their redirect. So we'll have to see, because that's a lot more time than I would have liked for them to have. And yeah, I don't like it. So yeah. All right. I am behind on super chats, so let's read those. Patty, thank you for being a member. Really appreciate it. Amber, woohoo, the recap wait is finally over. Thank you. I am sorry. I wanted to do a recap over the weekend. It just, the weekend kept weekending. And I mean, yeah. How can the prosecutor let this witness present video of all these unaccounted minutes that made Adrian look worthless when everyone but this witness knows how those minutes were accounted for? I would like to submit that maybe the prosecution isn't very good. Can defense ask for a directed verdict? I suspect we will see a request for a directed verdict at the end of the prosecution's case. I expect we will see it denied, because I don't think this judge has the courage to give a directed verdict, because most judges don't, at least not on something this epic. And so they'll say, well, there's some evidence. And yeah, so I don't see it. I don't see it as likely. Shannon M379, thank you so much for becoming a member. Welcome aboard. PY Not, you had me at old fashioned, but now you've got my attention. Old fashions are good. Pamela was in back for the spicy onion snack time. I picked these up, and when I'm out of them, I'm going to buy more, because they're actually really good. Is it gluten-free? The onions are not gluten-free because they have malt vinegar, or they have barley malt extract in them. So I don't think they count as gluten-free, unfortunately. So Volkus, is the defense closer going to be how Adrian shouldn't have used the Leroy Jenkins approach to combat? They probably won't specifically reference Leroy Jenkins, but yeah. Pants, I have exes who answer, or I've had exes who answer exactly like this guy, hence the exes. Christy, the witness reminds me of Shannon Burgess, and the recreation is Welcher-esque. Burgess, I think, was worse. Burgess was worse. Vomit Fountain says, supporting pro bono and spicy onion goals. I'm in. Thank you so much. Bin audio only. Guy looks exactly like I expected. That's never a good thing. Puppy Moose, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Much appreciated. Harbinger of imminent death after Trooper Butte. Let's just call him Yuri. This dude seems tamed. By the way, liked your interview with American Marksman. That was a fun interview. Sandy 136, thank you so much there. Joy W. Can, if this witness is excluded, the prosecution is hamstrung. If this witness gets excluded, the prosecution is going to be having a real rough day. And yeah, Red Pen says, goal, boom, thank you. Purple Dragon Air, leaving this here so I know where to pick up on replay. Fair enough, thank you. Harbinger of imminent death, this guy's an expert in reconstructing things with timestamps, but we haven't even heard anything about blue paint. Does he even have a Bachelor of General Studies? Love it. THK, I have to go to work, but I really am enjoying this cross. Thanks for the stream, and enjoy the rest of your spicy pickled onions. P.S. Pickled onions really go well with shepherd's pie. Now I want a shepherd's pie, but I don't have one. Cheers. Thank you. Is Nico a public defender? If so, he's doing a very good job. I am pretty sure they're a paid team. Like yeah. Yeah. Flamethrower video, I gotta record. I gotta find somebody to do the recording, and I gotta get up there on a weekend. So, yeah. And the thing is, when you get a public defender, you don't usually get a team of 3 excellent lawyers to be the public defender. So, yeah. Wisteria Enterprises, you absolutely need another drink. So do I. Thank you. Aster Deer, thank you so much for becoming a member. Much appreciated. Baby Gator says, Snarky LaHood is best LaHood. You're not wrong. Karen Michelle says, for the drink fund. Thank you. I think in song lyrics, this guy reminds me of Blue Man from Karen Reed. Pay me enough and I'll say whatever you want to say. Unfortunately, there's too many experts like that out there. If Bowles was a hat rack, this loon's a glasses rack. Yep. Pyrrhic Victory. Mm-hmm. And Janeski, thank you so much. Much appreciated. And random unbreaded commenter, Nico took this expert to the showers for his BS. There was some real woodshedding going on. So, yeah. This is very much possible. Maybe the officers union is paying. It is possible for sure. I don't know. And we'll probably never know because that's not really the sort of question you can ask a lawyer is like, hey, how'd you get paid? So, yeah. But this witness, I mean, the prosecution had to have thought this was their best witness because of that little video display and whatever else saying, you know, and I don't think he's doing well on the cross. I just don't think he's doing all that well on that. And yeah, the denial of directed verdict, the appeal on that issue is on sufficiency of the evidence. There's no interlocutory appeal on denial of directed verdict in Texas. Doesn't surprise me. So, but yeah, they'll make the application for the directed verdict because you almost always do. So they'll ask the court, you know, we're seeking a directed verdict of acquittal, and the court will say, no, there is some evidence on which a jury could convict. That doesn't mean that the judge agrees with it. It doesn't mean that it, you know, whatever else. But I think the judge will find that there was some evidence that if believed, you know, a jury could convict on, and then it goes to the jury. And hopefully the jury comes back in like 15 minutes. So, hopefully. Music to My Soul says, oh, I thought you were going up to the land this past weekend. I wasn't able to this weekend. And the guy who normally does, I would normally ask for to help me out with video recording is not available. And, you know, he's got excellent reasons to not be available, but I still got to figure all that out and try to get it taken care of. So, yeah. I got to, also, I haven't eaten yet today, so that's going to be where I go from now. But, yeah, I'm really impressed with this defense team. Like, this witness was absolutely trying to be, you know, sticky, and they cut him apart. I know they're being paid. They're being paid by the police association Adrian belonged to. There's 3 main associations in Texas. Yeah, fair enough. So, I mean, I'm not going to fault anybody for having good, you know, good representation because, you know, and the thing is every time somebody gets acquitted and they had good lawyers, people are like, oh, well, he just got off because he had like, crack shot lawyers. And it's like, everybody should have crack shot lawyers. The issue isn't that like this guy's getting away with something because he's got good lawyers. The issue is, why doesn't everybody have awesome lawyers? So, yeah, I really have enjoyed watching the lawyers work on this one. You get to see the prosecution just get absolutely like circles run around them on this one. Yeah, but I mean, I don't know what the jury's thinking because the jury is from Texas, right? And so they might be going, well, we're going to convict this guy because, you know, it's so tragic. Juries sometimes make decisions on the basis of things that maybe we think they ought not to make decisions on. But I look at this and I'm just like, I don't see how the jury, you know, if I'm on the defense team, I'm feeling pretty good about how this trial's been going so far. And I mean, we got a little bit more to go. We'll see. I think the prosecution has to be getting close to the end of their case. Like, really, this guy, I think, is supposed to be one of the like bombshell. I think this guy is supposed to be like their closer on this, or close to it. They might run. I suspect, if I had to guess, we'll see this guy finish up, and then we'll probably see like some more emotional. They'll probably want to close on an emotional, on an emotional story. So they'll probably want to close, on, another parent. They might even be slimy enough to call a child to close out on, and like to call one of the children who, who was present. I would hate it. I would be so pissed, but I could see them doing it, or a teacher, or yeah. So that's kind of my guess. If I had to bank on it, but I don't know. Maybe they got some more witnesses lined up, and we'll see. We'll find out. I'm also curious to see if the defense is going to be calling much evidence. Maybe they might bring in like an expert or two about, police use of force, police tactics. There's a slim possibility that they call the defense, or they call the defendant, but I don't think the defendant is likely to testify at this point. They have his video interview in, and yeah. Will you cover the lawsuit against the gun manufacturer and gun store who sold the gun? Possibly. I'll have to think about that one. And yeah, we respond within 2 hours of a shooting at the scene. No statements before I get there, etc. So listen to Runkle. Don't talk to police without a lawyer. And don't talk to police with the lawyer. I mean, the lawyer's job is going to be to say, don't talk to the police. But don't talk to the cops. Talking to the cops never ends well. The cops wouldn't ask you to, they wouldn't be pressing you so hard to talk if it was going to help your case. So, yeah. I mean, from Uvalde, and if I were on the jury at this point, based on the evidence, it'd be a not guilty for me. Yeah, that's kind of my feeling. So, yeah. Hannah knows now, and the press are the police. Yep. The press are the police. Your friends are the police. The, your parents are the police. Like, anybody who isn't your lawyer is the police, basically, because they can turn around and tell the police what you said. So the only person you can talk to safely about what happened is your lawyer. And that's important, because I have seen people get burned by like talking to their girlfriend, and then their girlfriend turns around and goes to the cops and is like, hey, guess what? Guess what he said? Especially if, he's got a girlfriend, but he also happens to like sleep with the girlfriend's sister. Then, suddenly the girlfriend's got every incentive to go talk to the cops. And yeah, this is exactly where I am. And I think many of us came into this thinking we'd be opposed to Gonzales. That's where I was. This is a big one. Cellmates or police call from jail. When I talk to people who are accused of like really serious, crimes, so you get somebody who's accused of like, serious weapons trafficking, or, a murder or something like that, right? One of the things I tell them is, listen, you're charged with something super serious. They're not putting you in a cell with some rando, because the last thing they want is for you to get murdered by some rando in a cell. And so, I tell them, if you are in a cell and you have a cellmate, then the reason why you have a cellmate is because it's a cop. Like, your cellmate is a cop. Like, and I don't mean like, will talk to the cops. I mean, your cellmate is literally a police officer dressed in street clothes, and, that's what they're doing. It's a whole thing, right? There have been a bunch of cases where people have been convicted because they got chatty with their cellmate, and their cellmate was a cop wearing a wire, and whoops. That's about it. Yeah, and don't talk to the guy in the next cell over. Don't talk to don't talk to anybody. So yeah. All right, so let's wrap this up here. I will see you guys tomorrow. It sounds like it's going to be a bright and early day, but we're going to do it as a recap. So if you want to sleep in, you can. And yeah. So what is it? Yeah, this is the other one. Or does some criminal saw a way to lie and get a sentence reduced? Yep. And if they have any details about the allegations, they can use that to craft the lie. So yeah. Travis Williamson, this was so great, Runkle. Thank you so much. Thank you, man. It was good to see you here, and it's good to have like a local lawyer, because there's elements of local jurisdiction and practice that I don't necessarily know. So I appreciate the heck out of that. One day I would love to do a meetup in Texas. I haven't been to Texas in forever. I did a meetup the last time I was there. I want to do another one because Texas is fantastic. And yeah, also, I have never had a bad meal in Texas. Like, I've eaten at a bunch of restaurants and I've never had a bad meal there, including at the, I rolled into my hotel at 2 a.m. the one time and I was like, I'm super hungry. Okay, this Mexican restaurant is the only place that's open. And so I went in and it was really good. So yeah. Danny says Kurt's in Texas. Yes, I would totally visit. Kurt. So yeah. What places have you had bad meals when visiting? A lot of places, believe it or not, including the Galapagos / Ecuador. So yeah. All right, let's wrap things up, and I will see you guys see you tomorrow. So barring some sort of chaos. So good night all.